All right. Hey. Just going to wait until it gets up on the Webby side. We're just waiting until it gets up on the website. All right. Oh, shit. That wasn't even faked. Hey, what's up? We're back. I don't know why the Wi-Fi cut out. How many excellences can get transmitted through what I can only imagine? ASIO, who knows? There's been some rumors flying around about what cut us out. But anyway, we're back, and we're never going to leave until 6. We're still here. It's the hour. So because it's the hour, we got to stall for a little bit just because we're still tallying up the extraordinary amount of excellences that have come through. If you've just joined us again, pledge now. What are you doing? Get your pledges in, and let's make a difference. We've got a few things to do now. It's the Twitter sphere time with Simon and Mark. Twitter.
So, David Malloy, he was here earlier. Now he's at home having a delicious pledge witch for lunch. Hashtag pledge for lunch.
Pledge for lunch. Solid work, Dave. Thanks, mate.
Dave also did a haiku. This one is a themed haiku. George R.R. Brandis, sigil of a flayed budget, Ozco Red Wedding.
Nice.
Yeah. I believe that's got reference.
That's good.
Yeah, but here's a question for you. Ryan McGoldrick, fan of the show, also a star of Ryan's Spin, the cricket report. Hey, Applespiel, it's the Bondi Beer Review here. What's everyone's pre-show or gallery opening drink of choice?
Cooper's Green.
Cooper's Green, not Cooper's Red.
Oh, Cooper's Red if it's there, for sure.
Yeah.
It gets you...
So Emma is concerned that
you get a bit early, you know?
I get...
You need to start on the green.
Yeah, start on the green. Also, we did have a
we've got a shout out to Nothing to See Here. I hope they're watching. Nothing to See Here.
Coming up at UOW on the 31st of July and 1st of August. This year's theme is Static. For those who don't know.
So, Nothing to See Here was a festival that Nathan Harrison of Applespiel started at the University of Wollongong when we were there.
2009.
2009.
First year.
And he started that festival, and it's still going. It's a festival of site-specific and installation work at the University of Wollongong around Building 25.
31st of July, 1st of August. So that's come in from Tyler Leeson on the Twitter responding. We put it out there that if you've got a show coming up in the next plug anywhere in Australia, we'll plug it. You got a gallery opening, we'll plug it. You got any art going on, we'll plug it. So yeah, it's been pretty great. I think we've had another Bikini Bot follow us, so you know it's all happening. Yeah, does anyone drink wine for pre-show? Anyone feel that in the room? Because I don't really do that. Yeah, no.
No one drinks
It's not me either.
Nikki drinks wine.
Nikki likes the wine.
Okay, cool. Hey, let's get back on message.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
For a moment.
Pledge.
Pledge now.
When should I pledge?
You should pledge now. If there's any time to pledge, you should be pledging now.
So should I be pledging later?
Well, look, if you're already pledging now and you want to pledge again.
Okay. Yeah, fantastic.
This is welcome to In Pursuit of Excellence, a telethon for excellence. This is a quite silly, but also sort of earnest, but also very aware of itself, and I think it's working, telethon, trying to raise excellences for the small to medium art sector in Australia. Obviously, there's been a huge, savage, not even a cut, a reallocation, which feels like a cut because it's suddenly become this weird, unattainable, unpeer-reviewed, weird private thing that we can't kind of understand yet or something, and we're kind of reading the draft guidelines to figure it out. Anyway, the funds have been reallocated to the NPEA, the National Program for Excellence in the Arts, and away from the Australia Council. The NPEA, we're not really sure how it's going to go, what it likes, what it needs, what it wants, but judging by its kind of head, Brandis, in terms of what he likes, we can be pretty safe in assuming that the guy likes opera. He said so in the past and attended it, well attended. He likes Bell Shakespeare as well. Good example of excellence for him. And look, I got to say I got beef with Bell Shakespeare, but we don't have to go into it. The danger here is that the emerging sector, the community sector, the youth arts sector, Indigenous arts, disability arts, this is the stuff that's really at threat. And really what's at stake is the cultural diversity of Australia. And that's kind of what we're here to highlight and make fun of the absurd notion of excellence as a marker for quality of art, to reject the demands of commercial backing and philanthropic funding as an alternate model to a government caring about the cultural life of its constituents. And we're here as part of a broader movement called #FreeTheArts to reverse these decisions. And we're super stoked that everyone got their Senate inquiries in. I'm not sure of how many actually got in, but apparently it was like 3 times more than they normally get for Senate inquiries. And that's because we're pissed off and we're angry and we know how to write, or we use the Slack Us Senate generator like I did, and we put a photo of ourselves up. And I thought that Slack Us thing was awesome because it just understands people. Like, yeah, of course we're Slack. Of course we want to do it, but just like make it easier for us. That was awesome. Well done, Free the Arts. That was great. And yeah, we're just here, and we want you to pledge your excellences. And we've been here since 6 p.m. last night. Look at that halo on my head. I just grew that.
I'm going to walk into frame here.
Do you want me to walk out?
No, stay where you are. Dara Gill. I just want to explain that the number of excellences we have raised is so high that we are all learning new terms for the... They did have a name. Nathan remembered their name.
Orders of
magnitude.
Orders of magnitude.
100,000, so on and so forth. Orders of magnitude.
And if you were tuning in at our last, it must have been 12 o'clock. If you were tuning in at 12 o'clock, you might notice that we cracked the oct.
We cracked the oct.
The octillion.
Octrillion.
It's
pretty amazing. So the reason we do updates on the hour, but the reason that we haven't done the current update is because our amazing numbers woman is computing the score
right now.
Right now.
So what you're saying essentially is that the response in the past hour,
it's been phenomenal.
Phenomenal and extraordinary. Keep pledging.
Keep pledging. Pledge as much as you can.
Pledge away. The calculators don't take numbers this big.
You've done an amazing job, Australia.
I've done an amazing job, but look, and there's 5 hours to go here, and I don't think there's a cap on...
No, not at all.
How many we can make.
So we've already broken the calculator limit. We'll soon break the Rachel limit.
That's going to break
And
soon.
what's the sky's the limit next?
That's the sky.
Sky is the limit, and you know that you keep on pressing on. Biggie Smalls, anyone? No. Okay.
Sorry, bro.
We also have a social media update. Can Applespiel have their own TV show, please? We would pledge it all for that.
Get
Free the
in
Arts.
contact with your mates in TV. I was trying to get on Triple J really late at night. I was doing my pitch for being the new Amelia Marshall, like the new newsreader person in the morning.
How'd it go?
Goes like this. Are you ready? I'm going to do it again. Oh, shit. Good morning, Mark Rogers, Triple J News. That was pretty good.
Why don't you say an actual news feature?
I don't know news.
Why don't you make this into a news feature?
Oh, look. Thanks. Done. I don't know. Yeah.
No,
TV show sounds good. TV show sounds good, I think.
I've been on radio twice. Actually, I used to host a small radio program, but I've been on ABC local radio twice.
Calling in. What issue?
Never mind. We don't need to hear about that. Can we have the music, please, Mark? Take it away.
It's that time where we remind our audience what we're here for. The independent arts community in Australia is in crisis. Clearly, there is a scarcity in our community, a scarcity of that one unmistakable element that makes a work of art function. What is it? Excellence. Excellence seems to be that ineffable quality that makes a dance work fundable, that makes a painting hanging on a wall sellable, that makes a poem worthwhile to society as a whole. Every bird in the sky, every fish in the sea is striving for that excellence. And tonight we're here to ask you for what you have to spare. Today, the federal government's 2014-2015 funding changes left the Australia Council for the Arts bereft of $104.8 million. Well, we say, who needs money when you can have excellence? So please, people of Australia, coast to coast, give generously. Make your pledges, because the independent arts community in Australia needs your help.
It is still my great pleasure to announce that as of a few minutes ago, our tally of excellences stands thus. After hand counting every single excellence pledged, our current total is 93 octillion, 611 septillion, 65 sextillion, 222 quintillion, 222 quadrillion, 215 trillion, 734 billion, 184 million, 425,702 excellences. Thank you. Now, you may have noticed that I haven't been updating our tote board here for the last couple of rounds because there's no room. There's no room now, which is great. Thank you. Thank you for giving us that challenge for our tote board. So I haven't updated it for the last probably 3 hours. Yeah, so you can imagine what 94 octillion looks like as a number, as I've had to. Where's Nathan? That's my question. Where is he to relieve me? He's in the foyer. Okay, well, we're about to pass over to a new panel. Just to let everyone know who's here in our live studio audience, I will be opening the bar. Come and get a drink. Buy a drink for one of our panellists so they can drink on the stage. That's always fun. I'm going to pass over now to Joe Perreault.
Thank you, Rachel. Welcome to our third panel in a series here at the Telethon in Pursuit of Excellence. This panel is entitled The Current Situation and Why It's Terrible and How We Survived This in the 90s. And I'm joined on stage by Emily Stewart, Jenny Medway and Tamara Wilcox. And I'll ask you all to introduce yourselves because you'll do a much better job of it than I would. Emily?
Hi. Yes, so my name is Emily Stewart. I'm a writer and a poet and a book editor, and I'm also the commissioning editor of Seizure, which is a great Sydney-based literary journal/community. Yes.
Hello, I'm Jenny Medway. I'm a dramaturg and a freelance, but I'm also at the moment the resident dramaturg and writing coordinator for the Australian Theatre for Young People, although these are my own opinions.
Not affiliated in any way with the company? No. All right. Tamara?
And I'm Tamara Winikoff. I'm the Executive Director of the National Association for the Visual Arts, which is the peak body in Australia for visual and media arts, craft and design. And I'm also the co-convener of a group called Arts Peak. And Arts Peak actually has now a 16-year history. It's a confederation of all the peak service organisations in Australia. And we've been lobbying as a united voice for the arts. And we're just in the process of talking about how to expand the scope so that we truly become and with all of you, the national voice for speaking up for arts and culture and the health and well-being of the arts in Australia.
Thank you, Tamara, and I apologise, I fluffed your name when I introduced you, Winikoff.
That's okay, you've
not
been
Wilcox.
up for hours.
I'm not the hero because I actually went home to sleep.
Well, there's no excuse.
Exactly. All right, well, let's start. I'm just going to start by dissecting the issue a bit. Let's talk about the current situation. So, as best you can, if you had to explain the state of the arts in Australia right now, how would you go about that? Let's start with Emily. That's a big question, I know.
I guess I want to speak to this from a publishing perspective. And basically, as of right now, what this means for a lot of publishers is that there's books that they had planned to publish in 2016 that won't be published because the subsidies that they need to do that are gone. And that's really bad news because I guess the interesting Australian writing that you see on the shelves, most of that can only be there because those books have direct subsidies from the Australia Council, and they're the kind of exciting ideas, they're the kind of political critique, and that's like the important stuff that we need out there circulating in the world. So, yeah.
Great. And on the flip side, so before the cuts were announced and all the changes were announced, how would you give a snapshot of your sector? Was it healthy to begin with or unhealthy? The kind of work that you were engaged in?
I guess it's, I feel like our publishing sector is quite diverse and thriving in a lot of ways. There's never there's never as much money as you want, but there's always kind of something to kind of try and elbow in there and get, and it works at all levels, from kind of funding authors to write, to subsidising publishers, to initiatives where publishers can go overseas and get Australian books kind of sold in overseas markets and making those international connections as well. And so I think on all three of those levels, there's a lot happening. Yeah.
So otherwise, the future is bright, or was bright.
It was bright.
It was bright.
No, it's
Well, fingers crossed. Jenny, same question to you. So if you want to speak to your field as a dramaturg and a writing coordinator, especially with young people, just talk about the kind of work that you do, and if you had to sum up your scene, as it were.
Well, in terms of like what is the future for it now as well, at the moment, I guess ATYP is lucky we do have philanthropic support, and the writing program that I run is privately donated. However, we're a lot more fortunate than a lot of other youth arts companies. We're better resourced. And so at the moment, before the cuts were announced, it was already quite an uncertain future for youth arts. That we'd already seen huge cuts in Queensland and South Australia. Halfway through a program I was running in Adelaide last year, Urban Myth, a really great centre for young people, was closed down, and we've seen a lot of other kind of cuts around the country. So it was already uncertain. We were already, as small to medium organisations, preparing for a 6-year funding cycle change. So a lot of work had been done to invest in 6-year plans. That whole funding process, months and months of work. And so now what we're looking at is just complete uncertainty about what it will look like now, like what the model will be, whether youth arts companies will have the resources to be able to do the double batch of applying, whether they will fund the youth arts sector, which I think has a kick-on effect, which is that we're removing the foundations of young artists and where they get their start, and how we actually develop and nurture a practice as artists that can eventually end up with excellence, whatever that is.
Whatever that is, indeed. Well, just briefly stop because we had a fourth panellist. If you could do a brief introduction, here you can take the master mic or the gold mic, whichever one you want.
Hello, I'm Deborah Pollard. Various caps on today, I suppose. Independent artist, whatever that means. And once upon a time an artistic director of a youth theatre company, or Theatre for Young People company as it was called. Academic, now teaching younger artists the way, the light, and into unemployment. Yeah, that's me.
Great, thanks, Deb. Thanks for coming. Now, tomorrow, we are currently, Deb, discussing, our question is the current situation, why it's terrible, how we survived it in the 90s. So we're starting from the beginning, talking about the current situation, trying to give a bit of a snapshot of our various sectors. And Emily and Jenny have both talked about what the 2014-15 budget cuts has meant for their sectors as well. So tomorrow we'll continue with you.
Yeah, I was just thinking how to encapsulate it, and I think we're in the best of times and we're in the worst of times, to refer to the classics, as Senator Brandis often likes to do. And I think that the reason we're in the best of times is that the growth and development of the arts, and I'll talk particularly about visual arts in Australia, has been really fantastic. I mean, it gives me so much encouragement to see the strength of conviction of young people who are entering the field, but also to look at the quality of what Australian artists produce both here and internationally, and increasingly we're seeing Australian artists being snapped up overseas, and a lot of artists are now thinking maybe that's where my career lies because of what's going on here. Reluctantly to talk about the worst of times, I think the problem now that we're seeing is a kind of, it's not just about the arts, but it's kind of exemplified by the thing that's just happened, which is that our current government seems to feel that they want to try to take control of the things that have otherwise been free to talk about things that are sometimes difficult. And in that process of raising interesting and difficult questions, that's where change occurs. You know, that's how we progress. And the problem, I think, about what's going on at the moment, well, there are many problems, and there won't be time to unwrap them all, but I think the problem with it is that it's seeing the innovative and questioning approach that occurs using the arts as a platform is somehow threatening. And instead of embracing that capacity to interrogate and to explore as the potential for really seeing Australia progress as a country that has intelligence and capacity for invention, that it's being seen as something that needs to be controlled and brought to heel. Yes, brought to heel. Yeah. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. But just to go back to the best of times, I think the thing that's really been fantastic, which I think is an unintended consequence for Senator Brandis's decision, is that the arts has come together in the most fantastic way. You know, the number of people who have rallied and said, we're not going to let this happen. We're going to do something about this. We actually are going to take control of this. We're going to call for an arts policy, for God's sake, you know, instead of kind of knee-jerk decision-making. We are going to call Senator Brandis's responsibility as Arts Minister and say, why is it that you are diminishing the arts instead of fostering the arts in Australia? And we are going to unite as a single voice to look to the future in a positive way, to say we have something that's worth fighting for here and we're not going to lie down and just be bulldozed.
Yeah. Yes, and can I say tomorrow, NAVA has been very important in bringing us all together and bringing artists together. especially in regards to the submissions to the Senate inquiry, that I constantly visited the NAVA website to figure out who to email my submissions to, where to go to submit my submissions. Unfortunately, the time has passed where you can make submissions, but I hope you all got yours in. So I just wanted to say NAVA has really led the way, and that's been really great for all of us. Also, the hashtag Free the Arts has really taken off, which is wonderful to see.
Thanks, Joe. Well, I mean, I suppose I'll take this opportunity to say that this is one of the things that, this is the value of, or one of the values that a service organisation or a peak body can bring to the arts. And in the past, you know, there have been times when money's tight and people have said, well, you know, where should we be putting our priorities? And I guess, you know, the current situation demonstrates why service organisations and peak bodies are important, because our role is really to try to unite effort and to inform what people do so that it empowers you to be potent. So both Free the Arts, I mean, NAVA is working very closely under the umbrella of Free the Arts and also independently for the visual arts sector. And it's been just marvellous to see that process of unity that's occurring. And, you know, the problem for us is, I think, that one of the covert intentions of what's happened is to try to divide us, you know, to keep us busy by making us fight with one another. We're not going to fight with one another. We know who the true enemy is.
Woo! Fantastic. And Deb, a bit of a snapshot of what you see as the current situation in Australia, both the highs and the lows, you know, pre-terror, post-terror, if you will.
I pretty much echo everything that's been said. So I feel like I'm speaking to people who know this industry very well, and across, you know, I come from the performing arts, so the independent sector, particularly, I suppose, arriving out of the 90s of performance space, which, you know, was built upon people working their guts out to create an alternative performance voice that they saw at that point as opposing the mainstream. And that voice continued, and when we talk about mainstream, we're not just talking about the State Theatre Company, but we're talking about a particular perception of life and conservative politics in Australia. So the artists that I have engaged with have always been highly innovative and radical in their voices, as well as the kind of people that they try and give a voice to. So, for example, I spend a lot of time working with urban theatre projects, and the highlight of a company like that was giving voice to absolutely marginalised Arabic communities out in Western Sydney, and doing extraordinary projects, and rightly or wrongly, having the gentrified inner west travel out on buses to see these works, but nevertheless at least starting some kind of dialogue, which at that time was really not being done before. And so we were actually at the cutting edge of politics. And, you know, we went through a few governments, and a horrendous time under, of course, the Howard government, which decimated everything. But again, the voices of the artists were very strong and opposing to the kind of conservative values that were being put in place. The second organisation I want to talk to again about is Version 1.0, who have sadly eaten themselves in a way. They became kind of so bound by their own politics within the company that they ate themselves, but in their heyday they very much became a watchdog of what was happening in conservative politics in Australia, to the point where we had a tour cancelled by the government, the Howard government, changing its policy. You know, so they didn't want a show on the Iraq War travelling around Australia, so they changed their policy. You know, so it has been happening for a while.
How did they change their policy?
We applied. Apparently, we got funded. We were told by sources, and then they changed their policy by saying we didn't tour to enough regional company. Yeah. And so the next time we applied, it was all regional, you know. So this was happening. This has been happening for a very, very long time. And then, on a less directly, I suppose, over political voice, I've worked with organisations such as independent organisations such as the wonderful Pascal Berry, Dantas Ida, otherwise known as, and doing projects with the absolutely gorgeous Anino Shadow Play company in Manila, and and them introducing us to this idea of an aesthetics of poverty. As soon as we started to post on Facebook recently about the Brandis shift of money, legal shift of money, I started to get academic papers coming from Anino with aesthetics of poverty written on it. I went, oh, you guys, you're great. Okay, let's have a look at this. You reminded me again what we actually did together in processes here in Australia to sort of look at even challenging our own art forms in the way that we addressed political forms, not necessarily directly with a didactic voice, but through a politics of form, almost. And so creating wonderful shows out at Blacktown Arts Centre with those guys, very special. So I suppose to sum up, that's the highlight of the past. The current situation, I was just talking to Julie Vulcan in the car here, that's why I'm late, we've suffered cuts before, but this one's the uber cut, and this one is such a statement. A little anecdote, very quick anecdote. When we were doing Children Overboard Senate Inquiry for version 1.0, we lay naked standing in for the people who had become acronyms at the Senate Inquiry into Hansard, and most of the senators came to see that show and walked over our naked bodies. A rumour has it that a certain Mr. Brandis said while walking over our naked bodies, I can do a lot of damage here. And I've always remembered that comment, along with the lines that... Probably going down now, but there's a little van out the front.
You're on a list somewhere.
Yeah. I've been on many lists, I'm sure. But also the words that we had to speak of Brandis during that Senate inquiry, which is why I so wanted us to restage it, but the group are a bit torn at the moment. He was talking about the asylum seekers who had held up the child as a way of going, hey, what the hell, we've got children on board, and he called them evil people. To which Senator Faulkner at the time said, excuse me, Senator Brandis, what did you just call those people? And Brandis went, all right, I might have said they were evil people. So that's the kind of politician that we're dealing with. So that's the kind of ethics that this government are actually playing with.
That is truly terrifying when you put it like that.
Yep.
Now, Deb, you moved on to our next bit, which was comparison to the past. But before we went there, you also mentioned the cuts. And Tamara, you mentioned you'd like to talk about the cuts before we press on.
Well, what you've just said about, the kind of spin about how you talk about stuff, depending on where you stand politically, is quite important, because Senator Brandis has been saying that there haven't been any cuts to the arts. Actually, that's not true. It's patently untrue, because in 2014 there was a cut of over 28 million over 4 years to the Australia Council, plus cuts to all the major Canberra arts organisations, and they were encouraged, in quotes, to join together to share their administration, so that there was a cut of, I can't remember now, it's about 10 million down to 2 million for their admin. There's also been the so-called efficiency dividend that's been imposed on the Australia Council of 7.3 million, which has meant that they've cut 3 very, very important programs that have been really the lifeblood of getting artists set up in practice. And in fact, in shifting the money across from the Australia Council to the Ministry for the Arts, there are going to be much greater amounts of money spent on administration, because it's going to be duplicated. So that represents a cuts to grant money. And there's also programs that were funded from other parts of the government, other departments of government, that are now going to be funded through the arts budget. So there again is a cut. So that, you know, there are little sneaky little cuts coming from every direction that are not being owned to, while the minister says, no, it's just, you know, we're setting up a kind of a healthy competition to see, you know, how the arts can shape up in this kind of competitive environment. It's bullshit.
But the guidelines... sorry, I was just going to say two, please.
Microphones from everywhere.
The guidelines, I was looking today on the NPEA guidelines, which are up until the end of the month for people to comment on. And they were saying, I mean, it's obvious cuts. They're not going to fund infrastructure of organisations, but yet they're removing the pool of money in the Australia Council that is for infrastructure funding. And the fact that individual artists can't apply for funding from the NPEA. But then there's not a clarity around where they will be able to. It definitely feels like cuts.
You're absolutely right, and the issue also is that the small to medium organisations, which are, as we know, the lifeblood of generating what's going to become the canon in the future, there is a guarantee to keep them funded until, or to honour the contracts until the end of 2016, but that doesn't deal with the organisations that are only funded to the end of this year, that are annually funded. And it also means that in meeting those contractual obligations, the amount of money that's available to support individual artists now is diminishing almost to nothing. So it's creating, and as you say, you know, those individual artists can't apply to the NPEA, and in fact most state governments don't, or many, not most, many state governments also don't fund individual artists. So, you know, whichever way you look at it, it's a cut.
Exactly. And if you're not small to medium organisations, then it's not even, you know, if you're reducing that amount of funding, individual artists can't even apply for jobs in those companies. You know, because if you can't work independently, the only other option is to work for a company. If that company can't employ you, what are you going to do? It's kind of, yeah.
That's right. And Emily, I just want to ask you, because I don't know anything about the written art world.
Yeah.
I am solely based in performance. So for me, it's very familiar when people say, well, I won't be able to apply for ArtStart. I understand what opportunities are taken away from them, because I've seen people and artists that I know use ArtStart. But for someone in publishing and in terms of young writers, what does that actually mean? What kind of things will they not be able to afford, or what kind of support will be lost?
First, I want to point out that in the NPEA guidelines, they don't use the word book and they don't use the word literature, not even
you're
once.
Right. No, they don't.
Publishing isn't mentioned anywhere in that document, and which isn't to say that, you know, publishing programs won't get funding as projects, and that's how it works within the Australia Council. Obviously, publishing doesn't, you know, constitute a major performing arts company, so you know, we don't have any protections in that respect. And but still, those guidelines, like, absolutely represent a complete ignorance and disregard for the complexity of how arts funding works and what it constitutes at every level. Writing is it's an art form in such high demand that a few years ago Australia Council had to change kind of the rules around what they funded. So as a kind of emerging writer, there's not really opportunities for funding through the Australia Council unless you've already published a book. That's sort of the minimum level at which you can apply. However, the Australia Council funds a lot of organisations such as Seizure, who I do some work for. You know, they fund, they have given us money to kind of pay writers for the work that we publish on our website. So, you know, there's a lot of smaller avenues in which they kind of give funding that then goes to kind of emerging writers to get their voice out there and to start, like, earning a little bit of money and developing their craft. And in terms of publishing, I guess as an editor, that's such an interesting kind of profession because there's not many, it's something that's in such high demand and there's not many professional development opportunities. And the Australia Council in the last couple of years has started to recognise that there was a real gap in that area and had started a couple of really good programs where editors could have some professional development, and it was starting to kind of be seen more as a creative pursuit as well that could kind of fall under some other categories. But now those avenues are gone for the foreseeable as well. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And in terms of, so individual writers, for example, because to me it seems like there would be a lot more individuals working in writing as a... Could we get the gain turned down on all the microphones, please? Or at least just the level. Working in an ensemble and with organisations, I don't really engage solely as an individual, but my impression of a writer is you sit there by yourself and you write a book. So, I mean, you talked about publishing houses and that kind of thing, but in terms of those individuals, how would they use some of the AUSCO money that potentially they would not be able to use now?
So for writers, there were individual kind of writing grants that you could get to kind of write your book, sort of $5,000, $10,000. That would be writing time. And, I think, in the next kind of funny, those, that will still be there, but it will be so diminished that, it will, we're talking about, such a small handful of writers that will get that opportunity. And it's not an opportunity, obviously, that is being, where the slack is being picked up by this new organisation.
And is there any room, because we were discussing previously in a previous panel about alternative funding models and Opera Australia and the kind of private sector and commercial and patron systems, is there any room in publishing for that to be adopted, or is it in place currently?
Often books, in terms of writers, I've never really heard of a writer that has a patron that will pay them to write their book, and that seems like kind of a bad sort of, well, yeah, I don't know how that would work really, because I'd feel very compromised if I had someone saying, here's $10,000 if you write, the kind of book that... Yeah, yeah, that doesn't seem like, yeah, I don't know how kind of philanthropy and individual writing projects work together. Yeah.
And Jenny, I wanted to ask you about this because ATYP is quite unique because it receives a lot of private funding. Is that right, or it receives comparatively less government money?
Well, yeah, ATYP is a lot less government funded than other organisations, which again, which means that we have to support that with philanthropy, and yeah, I guess. But the thing is, I'm just trying to think of how I'm going to say it. Yes, we do. Absolutely, there is a lot of philanthropy involved, but the level at which we're funded by the government is not as much as other organisations are. So the hope to increase that is now very uncertain over the following years. And I think, I guess as a non-for-profit as well, that works very differently. It's not like you're kind of getting philanthropy so that you can have all of this money to sleep in. It's kind of, you're getting this philanthropy so that you can then lose $50,000 or $100,000 on a program or a show that will hopefully be of great benefit to the young people who perform in it or who they perform to. So I guess, yes, that is all. I don't really know. Is there, yeah.
Sorry, Emily?
Just one of the things that keeps just getting to me about these new NPEA guidelines is they keep banging on about how projects have to be cost effective, that's one of their criteria, and it's like, every artist I know gets so much like traction out of every dollar. Like, you know, we're so cost effective as an industry, and I feel like the way they're using that word is different to the way that we use that word in terms of, yeah.
That's right. Is it about a financial return, or is it about value for money, and what is that value? What is that excellence? Jenny?
I'm sorry, I just thought of a more articulate way to say what I was trying to say, which was that ATYP can do that because they have a full-time development manager and a general manager. That's why our company is able to leverage philanthropic support in the way that we do, which is still not, you know, a huge amount compared to other kind of sectors. However, that is a real luxury, particularly for youth arts companies. And that's why in the current guidelines, we're moving to support small to mediums to apply for philanthropic funding and for some funding to be conditional on that matching of funding in the philanthropic sector. You're demanding so much more of their infrastructure. It means that they have to devote less time to designing the programs that they want to kind of assist young people or kind of provide to their community or the wider cultural sector, and more time finding money to do that, so they have less resources to actually do it, which is kind of really counterproductive. And yes, is another reason why we're very afraid for the future of the youth arts sector as a result of these funding cuts and the funding cuts that have been happening over the past few years.
Mara, did you want to say something before?
I think that I was very interested and gratified in a horrible sort of way to hear what two very large-scale philanthropists have had to say about the current situation. Both Luca Belgiorno-Nettis from the Transfield family and Balnaves were talking in the mix about the fact that they felt that the Arts Minister had really betrayed the cause, in that by presuming that the private sector was going to come in and make up the shortfall that he's created was a misreading of how philanthropy works. And what they were making clear, and what's being said, certainly I've had these conversations now with several philanthropic organisations as well as individuals. They're saying, look, philanthropy almost never funds the operations of an organisation. What they will fund is projects that they feel excited about, or work that people are doing on a one-off basis usually. They get excited about a particular project, they'll put money into it. But it can't be relied on to support the kind of fundamental infrastructure that makes it possible for artists and creators of all kinds to find work and to do the things they do. And to grow. And I guess one of the problems with the new funding, with the National Program for Excellence in the Arts, is that one part of it is contingent on you being able to raise money. And it's sort of the arse about, really, that you have to raise the private money before you get the government money, when in fact the way that it always works, in my experience, is that the government money can be then used to leverage private sector funding. So once again, I think it's a misreading of how the arts sector works. And in fact, the other bit of it is, of course, that most of the private sector funding goes to the big organisations. I think yours is relatively unusual in being able to attract, and I guess it's what you're saying, that you've actually dedicated staff, expert staff to do that. But most small to mediums don't. Yeah, exactly. But for most small to medium organisations, the staff are so exercised just to sustain the program that there isn't the expertise or the fat, as it were. That's the wrong way to describe it, but there isn't the possibility of one of those one or two staff to also be a development manager. And it is the case that most of the corporate sponsorship, which is the other form of private sector support, will go to things that have the kind of accepted glamour factor, the opera, the ballet, the symphony orchestras, that sort of thing, that they want to be identified with because it helps their brand. So, to think that philanthropy is going to come in and fix up the mess is really delusional.
It's good to get that insight from the philanthropist's perspective themselves. It's not something that I had heard. And Deb, you touched before briefly on your past experience under the Howard government, so that transitions quite nicely into our last segment, which is how we survived this in the 90s. And does it feel like history is repeating itself, and what kind of lessons did you learn that you can pass on to some of us who didn't have that direct experience?
It's just glamorous in the 90s. Caviar in the foyer. That was excellence those days. Just to briefly recap on something.
Go for it.
Because I ran a Theatre for Young People company in Hobart in the late 90s going into 2000, and it feels to me that there is a lot of repetition, and the Australia Council have always actually been promoting this idea of you bring bucks to the table and we'll match those bucks. Like, that has been a policy of AusCo for a while. However, what they've also done is they were, even though they don't say they advocate, but they were brokering relationships with industry, particularly boards or funds, changed many times, like the InterArts, who were brokering, partnerships with technology, which artists would never have a leg in the door otherwise. And it feels to me that with NEPA, which is what I like to call it, NEPA, diminishes it somewhat, that it's been a cut and paste, like someone's gone through the Australia Council guidelines and gone, that one, that one, that one, without any of the sort of understanding of the histories that have informed those policy, those criteria that the Australia Council were working with effectively and ineffectively, of course. They're certainly not an unflawed organisation. I've gotten off track, but that was just in response to that. When I was working at Salamanca Theatre Company, the Australia Council were doing lots of things like campaigns of how do you make a living, and these brochures would come out with an artist going, bring in dollars into the, how do we match dollar for dollar what the government is bringing to the table. I don't think that this particular government gives a damn that they're not asking for philanthropists to pick up the mess. They don't care. They just want us to disappear. That's the impression I get from this particular government. They don't understand us, and if they do understand us, they see us as a threat. They see any kind of innovation as ridiculous and a waste of taxpayer money that they can't explain to the even more right factions of the Liberal government, which is also another force underneath here that want their nice little champagne events. They can make much more sense of it if it becomes part of a cultural diplomacy package, so that you can send the Queensland Ballet off to China and it becomes a cultural export to broker more trade. So that's the kind of language that we're dealing with NEPA. They don't care. They just don't care. They want us to go away, and we're small enough. They think that, once this hoo-ha of 1,000 submissions to the Senate inquiry goes away, once that dies down, we can get on with business. Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen, Damaris says, for our viewers at home on microphone. Well, that's a pretty positive note to end on. We're nearing the hour. So what I got from that, Deb, and from your previous speech was that the upside is a kind of, and from you, Tamara, a kind of forced unity. It's like a pressure cooker effect that, seeing as we actually have to get together to effect some change, then it's in our best interest to do so, and maybe that's the best thing we can take out of this. Before we finish up, I'm just going to give you all... Yes, Kevin, question?
I know I'm barging way onto this panel here. Hi, everyone. It's just been really interesting in terms of hearing what all you have to say about, especially on NEPA guidelines and whatnot. And I think without, I mean, I'm totally at risk of putting my tinfoil hat on here. But kind of an older colleague of mine was kind of commenting on the fact that, I mean, just to kind of parrot on what Deborah said, which is really key in terms of whether they care or not. Like, for me, I believe that, like, is it, yes, out there, hi people, and questions to the panel as well, like, is NEPA a way to politicize art funding? Like, is it specifically there to, because for me, it doesn't feel like, it's not as if he doesn't want to fund small and medium sector companies. It feels like he wants to fund small and medium sector companies in electoral or marginal seats. I mean, it makes sense for me in terms of, with regards to why you wouldn't fund publishers, why you wouldn't fund, you know, individual artists, because they don't have any political impact in a community or an area. You know, when you can give that money to specific companies, be like, hey, look, we did some really great work here in this marginal seat of ours, you know, especially with the election just a year and a half away. Like, I mean, I also don't know if the protections were there before, even with Oscar. I'm sure it is because it's peer reviewed. But, I mean, that's just a comment I want to make.
That was a great question, Kevin. Thank you for that.
And we're all jumping to that one because the politicisation of the arts is one of the real potential consequences of the change. And I think that what we need to be clear about is that with the minister having control of these funds, it's now possible for him to direct absolutely intimately where they're going to be used. And one of the very frightening things and worrying things that's been written into the guidelines is that he also doesn't have to make public where those grants are going. So he doesn't have to declare that you know, funding has been given to the Townsville Baroque Festival because it happens that the chair of the previous Senate Inquiry Committee, that was his electorate. And there was a very interesting exchange between Brandis and MacDonald, if you go back and have a look at Hansard, where they were actually intimidating the head of the Australia Council, the CEO, and saying, you will be funding this next time around, won't you? And he resisted, but the next year that company was funded. That event was funded.
How dodgy. Boo. Emily.
And I think I just want to say that it is political in the way that you just explained in terms of, you know, government being able to kind of just leverage the arts for whatever kind of deal or thing that they want. But it's political in its silencing of the voice, you know, where the industry that critiques government and you know, makes a noise when they do things that are wrong. So it's absolutely political in its silencing of that voice. You know, they're hoping they can, you know, there's absolutely a link between all of the other atrocious decisions that our government is making and the fact that it's taking money from the arts, because we are a threat and they don't understand us, but they know that we're a threat. And so we have to, you know, keep getting our voices out there.
We sure do. We definitely do. T-minus 3 minutes. Okay. Last thing I want to do, I'm going to call it the soapbox minute, is since you're all on stage, if there's anything that you haven't said that you'd like to say, I think we have probably 11 or 12 viewers out there in the ether, and it will be 13, 18. That's insane. That's crazy. Oh, and that's multiple viewers on each stream potentially. That's incredible. Okay, so if you want to use this as your soapbox minute, yep. Deb, we'll start with you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday's not copyrighted.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Mr. Brandis.
Amazing. Tamara.
That's an impossible act to follow. My soapbox is to say we're not going to go away. We're not going to be threatened. We're not going to be diminished. We're actually joining together. And the thing that I think inadvertently Senator Brandis has achieved is to really mobilise the arts.
Woo! That's right. Jenny, do you have a soapbox minute? You don't have to.
I don't. I guess just to say that a very good friend of mine always said when the Liberal Party got in, imagine how good the art will get. And I think that if there's any positive to be taken, I think it's going to really push us all to excellence. Maybe not for the reasons Brandis intended.
That's right, but excellence nonetheless.
But excellence, exactly.
Emily?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, like, yeah, we're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep having telethons and other such.
I think the telethon has proven itself as a political tool these past 24 hours. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Emily. You've been fantastic. Emily, Jenny, Tamara, Deb, thank you. We are nearing the hour, T-minus 1 minute. Excellent. Could we have the music? T-minus go.
What an incredible panel. Thank you so much, all four of you. That was fantastic. It's that time where we remind the audience what we're here for. The independent arts community is in crisis. There is a scarcity in our community, a scarcity of that one unmistakable element that makes a work of art function. Excellence. Excellence is that ineffable quality that makes a dance work fundable, that makes a painting hanging on a wall sellable, that makes a poem worthwhile to society as a whole. Every bird in the sky, every fish in the sea is striving for that excellence. And tonight, we're here to ask you for what you have to spare. The federal government's 2014-2015 budget changes left the Australia Council for the Arts bereft of $104 million. Well, we say, who needs money when you have excellence? Please, people of Australia, give generously. Make your pledges because the independent arts community of Australia needs your help.
Can I hear Tim? It is my great pleasure to announce that as of a few minutes ago, our tally of excellences stands thus. After hand counting every single excellence pledged, our current total is 93 octillion, 611 septillion, 67 sextillion, 222 quintillion, 222 quadrillion, 215 trillion, 734 billion, 184 million, 456,040 excellences. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I will remind you that I have not updated that board for a few hours because I can't. You've made it impossible for me to be able to update that board and fit all the numbers on there. I did not, in my craft, anticipate this much of a response. So thank you. Thank you for proving me a bad planner, maybe. I'm not going to say wrong. I wasn't wrong.
Can I suggest the next hashtag?
Of course. It's time to get
because
some
we've
new ones.
hashtag cracked the oct, and Nathan's just informed me that the next order of magnitude is a nonillion. Yes. So hashtag crack the non. If everyone just keep pledging your excellences, pledge now. We want to crack the non. We've broken the calculator.
Is
Rachel's close to breaking point.
I am. Is crack the non the best hashtag though? I mean, as much as I hate to my bones the phrase om nom nom, would a better hashtag not be om nom non?
Om nom non. What do we want? Om nom non, crack the non. Let's hear it for
Let's have both.
om nom nom. All right, we can do whatever the hell we want. I think we've proved that in ample magnitude today. Nobody will hold us accountable for anything. So
yes, and I just wanted to say, while we have you all on the line, Thank you so much for everyone who's been watching so far. If you've been watching for the majority of this telethon, I'm amazed, and thank you so much for tuning in with your support. Keep pledging. But I just wanted to warn people, if you're going back to watch the YouTube recordings of what happened overnight, I thought we were holding up okay, and then Nathan came in and said, wow, you guys were doing rough at 4 a.m. So skip those hours and go straight to this morning.
Doing rough in a good way. Like, it was very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
It just didn't look very enjoyable to do. So check it out, definitely. So we're gonna start getting ready for the next panel. So maybe we can walk over here and
let's go over here
and discuss something.
What is the next panel, Nathan?
Well, the next panel is going to be a number of people talking about what an ideal arts ecology for Australia might look like. So this is going to be a lot of, you know, kind of fantasizing a little bit, but a kind of dream scenario
Bit
for
of
how
a utopia.
Yeah, how the arts might work in this country if we could sort of have anything we want. It's going to be very open-minded, and you know, I think it'll be quite nice, lovely.
I am looking forward
some
to
positivity.
it. I can
you know,
see our panelists lining up right
assembling.
now.
This looks like a very good panel already.
It
as
does.
far as I'm concerned.
Julie Vulcan, Rob Hughes,
yeah.
Mark Rogers, all the big players.
That's it. As someone who only got back here a little while ago and has sort of been watching the stream all morning, I have to say, like, the panelists so far have been wonderful.
Fantastic. Do you think they've been able to spot that we're doing it on the fly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
but I think that these panelists are adding a level of legitimacy to some of the points that we're failing at making.
Oh, indeed.
Which is nice. But I think that, you know, if this telethon can be a productive platform in any way, then that's kind of the best case scenario.
Yeah, count our blessings.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're ready to hand over to Nikki here.
Ready to
all right,
hand over
Nikki, it's over to you. If we
Great.
we've already switched the camera. Go for it.
Okay. Hello and welcome to our fourth panel for today? I think we're up to our fourth panel. One every hour at the moment. And this is the panel that asks, what would an ideal arts ecology be or look like in Australia today?
Step one.
Hold on, let's go through and introduce our artist, Mark. We all know Mark.
I've been
It's been
here
a long
for a
night,
long time.
So this should be an entertaining panel.
My name is Mark Rogers. I work in Applespiel and I write.
I'm Emily Stewart. I'm a writer and a poet and a book editor.
I'm Julie Vulcan, and I'm an independent artist making lots of stuff over many years.
I'm Ron Hughes. I'm an interactive multimedia designer and arts technology maker.
Awesome. Okay, so great lineup. Okay, Mark, launch in. What were you going to tell us all about?
Well, this is kind of probably from Simon, but step one, citizens' wage. Everybody living in the country gets a base level of wage, regardless of means test or whatever, which means that people can make decisions about how they engage in the arts landscape and their life more generally without having to take jobs that, let's say, are massively carbon intensive or whatever, and people can kind of choose to make the art that they want without fear of not being able to eat. Citizens' wage, first step.
Okay.
I don't know whether that's super viable or
Is that-
whatever. I
that-
guess you do that by taxing big companies or something.
Okay, is that specifically for an arts ecology?
Oh, I think that would
It's a
benefit.
more
I think that would benefit
general-
everybody, and I think it's a cool idea.
Okay.
And I think it's worth a go. But I think it would be interesting to see what people kind of chose to do with that freedom and stuff that it would allow them to do. So I think that would be interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, cool. Really? What does your ideal, coming from a publishing and writing perspective, or?
I guess other than more telethons, which I think we could really have more.
Look, we can potentially.
I want more facial expressions from Emma McManus.
Yeah.
And I want more Nathan Harrison telling me whenever I make a mistake publicly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all enjoy. We all enjoy that.
But I think when I was thinking about this panel, thing I kept coming back to was kind of abstract, but it was the idea of creative risk. And I think being able to like take creative risks is what makes you. I think every kind of opportunity I've had has been risky in some way. It's been me like reaching out to someone who I didn't know, or it was me saying yes to something that I didn't have the money for, or it was quitting a job because, you know, I just had to kind of, you know, concentrate on my art, or, you know, all of these different kinds of risks that we take. We need to be in a culture where to take those sorts of risks is a privilege, in terms of you need to know that you can like feed yourself. So something like a citizen's wage, or just cultivating a culture where creative risk-taking is possible and encouraged, I think.
Yeah, okay. Very cool. Julie, what's your ideal art psychology look
So,
like?
of course, when you asked me to do this panel, I just, Nikki said, we want you to be on one of the panels, and I just went, yeah, great, I thought you'd never ask. And then she told me which one, and I went, I can't believe you put me on that panel. I said, can't I do something fun? Anyway, so my first thing was, I'm going to get up there and go, I want an ecology for more excellence of animals in arts. I actually think the animals should be running the arts as well as the government.
Absolutely.
That's
so,
I have a very special photo to start that argument there. I don't know whether we can... No. All right, hold on a second. Coming.
While you're finding that one...
Oh, no, I can keep talking. I'm very...
okay, great.
Yeah. I'm very, good at multitasking, as most artists are. Oh, look, there we go. Here it is. Cat in space. Can you see that? Cats are our future, we all know that. Anyway, I have some other great, fantastic photos and memes here that I can share with you later when we get into the nitty-gritty of that. But seriously, I suppose I have to be a bit serious as well. I mean, I think that the really interesting thing about the arts ecology in the future is, and I think that this is what is constantly being missed, and I think that this is touched a little bit on with that fantastic panel just before, is that, you know, the world is changing so incredibly fast, and artists, we're not in our little silos anymore, and we all know this. And that we need to be nimble and quick and be able to respond to all of this stuff. I mean, Australia, not only in the arts, but in science and many sort of technologies that are being invented, we're often at the forefront, but we're not being supported by our government to actually get that stuff out there. So, and I think that what Mr. B is missing is that he's just not up to speed with how quick everything is changing and how hungry we all are, and in general for, like, you know, new ideas and a really amazing stepping into the future sort of thing. And I think that, you know, and that also, we are the experts when it comes to that. You know, artists are the experts. We are the ones that are actually been doing this for a very long time. Whether you're an emerging or an established, you know, very quickly you have to learn nuts and bolts of it on all levels. And so I think that, you know, in a future ecology, the experts need to be sort of there helping to shape it and inform it. You know, we've got this lovely. Sorry, now I'm going on a soapbox. We've got this lovely sort of national program for excellence that was done without any due process or consultation to the sector. Hello, and we've just had, like, Australia Council having to sort of, you know, put forward another 5-year strategic plan, which was done with due process and consultation to the sector. So, you know, this thing has been rushed through in the last sort of few months with nothing and no understanding of how intellectually rigorous this sector actually is. I'm going to stop there because I could just keep going.
I think my ideal would be, and we're starting to see it, is an increase in public art and art spaces. I know it's a bit of a tricky thing for performance-based art, stuff like that, but I tend to work a lot in public space art, so light sculptures, poetry on sidewalks. As we start to create a new infrastructure, we can really start building in public art. And I think there's a lot of funding and a lot of interesting stuff going on there that we can really start to build on and start making massive.
Excellent. We have somebody who's sent in an alternative model as well, potentially pitching their own idea for an ideal arts ecology, which is looking at getting art lovers, which is 38% of Australians identify themselves as art lovers, about 9 million people. If we could get a quarter of them to put up $15 a year, we'd have a pile of money comparable to the funding ripped out of OzCo. Is that something that's viable, potentially? Is that, I mean, it's another option, but is that going to help us?
I'm just jumping on that because I think that numbers are really interesting here. And I think I did a really quick little, when all of this started to go down, I did a really quick little, basic maths sort of divisions and subtractions and blah, blah. And because, it's very easy for people out there who want to detract from all of this, and be really reductionist about it all. The amount of money left after OzCo, push, they accommodate the majors. So the amount of money left over which is going to be divided into so many things. It is the equivalent of less than a takeaway coffee for a year. Your one takeaway coffee a year for the taxpayer. So I just was thinking, in terms of this, this is ridiculous. People say, this is my tax dollars are paying this, crazy art or this, this rubbish. It's actually, what the amount that it comes down to is so minute. And I think actually the full amount that OzCo have for the whole year, for everyone, including the majors, it is the equivalent to less than one takeaway meal a year. So, hey, why don't we get everyone to donate their takeaway coffee and create an excellent fund of our own?
That's an excellent point. If we're going for a different ideal arts ecology, what are the ways that we could fund it?
I think that that kind of point about how, what if everyone who loves art chips in a bit? It's sort of I think that it's really important that government funds the arts. And so if you kind of go down that route too much, it's that kind of atrophies away at kind of what we expect from governance. And I think that's bad.
Yeah, totally. Also, I think any kind of increased reliance on philanthropic stuff means we kind of have to keep on thinking about our work in terms that aren't kind of right for us. We have to keep on thinking about our work in commercial terms or in how they reflect the values of other people or how they might be somehow appealable to philanthropic bodies or patrons or whatever. And I think it kind of feeds, all of that stuff feeds into this whole rebranding of the stuff that we work in as the cultural industries. I don't fucking work in the cultural industries. I want to work in the arts. I want to work in what I train for. I want to make stuff that matters to me and might have some effect. I don't want to make shit that makes money. I don't work in the cultural industries, basically, and I think that term sucks. And I think the more and more we talk about the more and more we talk about philanthropy and patronage and people chucking in whatever, of course we have to have those conversations, of course, because we live in the real fucking world. But also, I want a government that cares about the cultural life of the country, and I want a government that lets us kind of understands that we're thinking in a way that is useful and important.
As someone who works in the cultural industries and makes commercial art, I love that.
Cool.
I absolutely love making stuff for a shopping centre where 2,000 people walk past today and go, oh, that's pretty, nice, keep going with my day. And I think that's a really important part of the arts that we can leverage more. And I personally don't see a problem with having a divided practice where you make something for commercial purposes or for a corporation or for something like that, or even for the City of Sydney. I mean, that's the government still. You make something nice for the City of Sydney, and then that will fund your other art that may not get corporate funding. You may not want to do something that the Commonwealth Bank would like to throw a bunch of money at because it may make them really pissed off. But I think there's ways to put multiple cash flows into making your art.
Yeah, I totally feel that. But I also think it's just about, in this particular environment, given the sort of like reallocation of funding, etc., then having those two different dividend streams is going to be increasingly more difficult and hard to enmesh, at least from my perspective. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with that kind of fear, I guess.
Yeah, and look, I think that they're actually, being serious, I think they're actually really important points. And I think that, you know, I think as artists we've got to look at our contexts. You know, we've got to look at what context we make art in, and there are many contexts we make art in. And some of those contexts are not necessary. You know, we need to be able to have certain freedoms to be able to express exactly what we are trying to say or do. You know, because I believe that artists, you know, we're citizens of the world. We're seers of the future. We're inventors. We're activists. We're, you know, like we're dreamers. You know, there's so many things that we are, and not all of those things necessarily fit into exactly all of those categories. And I think that there's, you know, Yu Yi, I don't know if she's still here, but Yu Yi recently interviewed Mike Parr for NAVA. It was up on the blog, and you know, I think he makes a really valid point around that, and it crosses what you were saying, Rob, too. It's like, you know, he totally works within that world of you know, art patronage in the sense that he sells his work through galleries, and he massages that in a sense for his livelihood. But that enables him to then make the work that he, you know, to make very highly political work, and in his live artwork and his performance artwork. And he would never actually ask for funding for that, because he wouldn't want to be sort of cobbled or you know, have his voice sort of silenced. He wants to make the work that he wants to say what he needs to say. And I think that you have to be really careful about how we position things in terms. And so I think, you know, my ideal arts ecology is really about also really understanding our context, and so that we have those freedoms across the board, that we can move from like that really sort of populist culture world where, you know, there's a place for that, and you know, there's a place for Vivid, but it's like, you know, that's Destination New South Wales success story, isn't it? But it's like there's a place for that, but there's also, we need to make sure there's places for those voices to be heard that are the critics of our culture, and where are they going to sit? How are they going to be supported? Who's going to take the risks around those? I mean, I think even more and more our contemporary spaces are being also compromised, because they're being brought into this sort of idea of branding and marketing and selling tickets, which is not really necessarily, you know, the number one ideal for controversial or, you know, hard work. So, but that work needs to be out there, and so there needs to be like really nimble platforms about how we do this. And I even think that, you know, Australia we're small. This is the big thing we've got to remind ourselves is we're a small country we're a big country with a small population, and things like philanthropy, things like crowdfunding, things like all of that stuff is not sustainable, because we don't have enough. We're going to be constantly like, you know, we're only just asking our friends all the time to give us money, basically, and that does dry up. So we have to be more nimble around that, and then we have to work together as an arts sector. So that means the majors as well as the medium and small and the independents. And the majors need to have a responsibility about how they can be sort of maybe nimble around helping the small to medium sector, whether that's like inserting things into their programs that are, you know, residencies or Yes. You know, like things that they can actually slip in there sorry?
Funnily enough, this is maybe a good time to reveal that the gold curtains that you're seeing behind you were donated to Shopfront by Opera Australia as offcuts.
Ah, I was thinking you were pointing to George. Okay. Woohoo. I know these gold curtains. In fact, I used them when I was here at PACT myself. They're very excellent.
So there is precedent for that, that kind of relationship. I suppose now would be a good time talking about what relationship the larger companies could have with the small to medium art sector in light of these changes. With the NEAA, I'm going to say that, and I've got it wrong, I know. NPEA, there you go. 18 hours. Doing well. Doing fine. Do you think it's possible, I'm going to go to you first, Mark, do you think it's possible with the changes that are proposed for the ideal arts ecology that you guys have proposed to occur? And something that I noted when we were going through that is that some of the things seem to be sort of safe environment, safe financially, but safe also in order to take risks and feel like you can push yourself beyond your boundaries?
No, I mean, and I maybe said this before, but let's just say it again. Even if the NPEA ends up funding crash-hot projects that we're all stoked, it's still a shithouse institution that is set up on really, really shaky grounds and should be treated with suspicion at all times. Even if it ends up funding stuff that everyone goes, actually, man, that was really awesome. It's like it's still set up in such a way that because there's no oversight, essentially, and it's kind of up to the discretion of Brandis, it still needs to be rejected. So even if by some weird miracle, some idyllic landscape emerges because of the, I don't even know, 80 million or whatever that's left after admin soaked up 20 million of it. If somehow they manage to put that to such good use that suddenly all these fertile things kind of pop up in Australia, we still went about it the wrong way. That's what I reckon. So what? 5 to go. I don't know, yeah.
Do you want to have a go at that, Emily, or not?
Yeah, what was that again? No,
do you think it's possible for the...
I mean, obviously we're still going to be making great art and out there and doing it. I mean, the hidden part of that conversation that I wanted to bring up was audience, because I feel like one of the really insidious things about this change is the message that it sends to the Australian public about what art is and what kind of art is the right kind of art and what kind of art is the wrong kind of art. And I think, as kind of arts makers, we really rely upon having an audience, for one, and having an audience that is engaged with the work, and trying to cultivate engaged audiences is like a really big responsibility of culture, and I think that is threatened by this decision as well.
Yeah, actually, thank you, Emily. I think that's a really good point, because we haven't discussed the audiences. And I think that the interesting thing about that is that the audiences, I remember having a conversation with Mish Grigor quite a few years ago, because I went and saw a friend's play at the Zenith Theatre in Chatswood, which I've never been to before, and whatever. Anyway, this 3-week season of a very traditional play was completely sold out every night, and they wanted to extend. And I was just going, wow, there they are, all lining up to go and see this play, and here we are in Erskineville and doing really shit hot stuff and trying to get people here. But the conversation went on about when she went there, she spoke to some elderly gentleman who was at a play and said, it's so great to see you here, that you, as a young person, seeing theatre, because, young people just don't seem to engage with theatre or the arts anymore. And you can imagine, Mish just said, actually, they do. And they are often going out and seeing a lot of work. It's just that you're not there. And I think that this is the thing. We can't actually have the audiences that go to those traditional theatre spaces or whatever spaces. What we need to do is actually look after our own audiences and make sure that they're being fed. And I think that the unfair thing, which is something that Tamara brought up earlier on the previous panel, is that the small to medium sectors are putting on fantastic stuff. You know, I cry inside so many times with the work that I see, which I think is of excellent quality, that will never get beyond certain spaces. And it doesn't get the audiences, not because they're not there, it's because those small to medium sectors don't have that extra bit of, you know, they don't have the staff to actually be pushing the marketing that the bigger companies do to get the messages out to those audiences, and we're always going to be a bit cobbled by that. But I think the point is that the audiences are there. We should never not believe they're not, and we've got to speak to our generation of audiences as well. And I think we've always got to talk. We can't just assume that people know stuff. You've just got to always get out there and talk. And you know, this has been amazing. This whole galvanising of the sector. At this point in time, but it just means we still have to talk. We have to talk to our friends that don't actually know what's going on, and that has a roll-on effect. So, yeah, you know, we sometimes we're our own worst enemies as well.
I think that it's definitely possible, and I think we can learn some lessons from some of the other art sectors that don't get talked much about. Guys like the indie game sort of people, they're producing cool work, and they get and never have gotten any funding at all, and they're producing amazing pieces of work. And then also a lot of independent musicians have never really considered, oh, I can get money from the government. No, that's not an option, and they work their asses off, and they probably don't make any money. They don't make any money, but they find other revenue streams to support their work. And I think that's probably something we can think about, that if a whole world is caving in and everyone's going to lose all their money, we will survive anyway. There's always a way around it. And the amount of money we get isn't that much to begin with, so,
It's true. Yeah, Julie,
Yeah,
we're
sorry.
going to have to finish up in
2 seconds.
2 seconds,
Okay.
but go.
Just, Rob just reminded me too, thank you again, great point, because also I just remember speaking to a guy from a company, quite a successful company from Europe, and he was just sort of saying, you know, like sometimes it's actually easier for us to just hire out a space or find an old, you know, something or other, and sell the tickets ourselves. We get sold out houses, and we don't have to actually deal with any other bureaucracy. So there is other ways of doing it, and that's how we do it in Europe. So, I mean, you know, it's again that lateral thinking. But I do want to say that you know, we have to also note that, especially when you're working in sort of more performance areas that need spaces like this, then obviously like our small to medium sectors need to be supported, because they're the ones that are putting that work on for us. So
Absolutely. Okay. We need to move along, but thank you to the panellists for our 4th panel in a row, and we'll be heading on to our 5th one now. Simon's going to take over. Thank you, everyone.
Fantastic. I think, Julie, you might even be able to stay. Just stay. You want to stay longer. You want it to be on a fun panel, and we have a fun panel coming up next. So I'd like to welcome to the stage a couple of people. The inimitable, what does that mean? Kevin Ng. I would like to, what is excellence anyway, is the panel that is coming up. I'd also like to invite Maria, I believe, is on this panel. And then I would also like to invite Charlie Garber, out of the shadows, into the panel, onto the stage. All right, fantastic. So, all right, well, if you guys have, are you going to run this yourself, Charlie? Are you taking charge? Or, no, it's okay, just, I'll take charge. It's all good. All right. Come on up. This is for you.
Is it just us just jamming as to what is...
There's a space for you, Charlie, in the middle there. So basically, I guess what this panel is called, What is Excellence Anyway? And I guess essentially what we're trying to figure out right now is, what is excellence anyway? I mean, what the hell does this term mean? And so I guess I wanted to start, you know, with a quick, if you could, actually, we'll just do quick introductions. Kevin Ng. Who are you, if you had to describe yourself in one sentence?
A jack of all trades, admirer of Benjamin Franklin.
Literally all of the trades. Performer, technician, whatever. Charlie Garber, who are you?
I'm an actor and writer.
Fantastic. Julie, we already know you. You just rolled on from the last panel. Can't
I
get
don't know
rid of
what's
you.
going to go up.
Yeah, fantastic. And Maria, we've seen you before, but tell us more about yourself.
Oh, well, I'm an artist and curator, and I'm writing a PhD.
Fantastic. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And last night
feels good.
And last night, Maria got everybody dancing in the space. So, you know, much respect there. Now, what is excellence to you, Kevin? If you were to think of the most excellent thing that could happen in your life, what would that be?
Excellent for me, I don't know, running into $1 million. That's a standard one.
Wait, just running into it, like a pile of money.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of the word excellence, I think of like really excellent situations.
Yeah, right.
Like something that we might all have experienced in our lives.
So
such
what's
as
like sexually?
yeah, that could be an excellent situation for a lot of people. I think for me, there's a lot of problems with the word excellence because it's one of those words that can only be reached by consensus. I mean, if only one person in a room says it's an excellent situation out of the 10 for a party, is it really excellent?
Wow. Okay, I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head right there. Let's unpack that a bit more. So you're saying let's make it a bit more relevant to our current situation. Say you've got 5 people on a panel. How many people on that panel have to think the panel is excellent for it to truly be an excellent panel, do you think, Kevin?
I think it'd have to be like, what's that, a quorum? Like more than, it can't be just halfway. It doesn't work. I think it needs to be more than
That'd be 2.5 people.
Maybe
so
if only one person disagrees, then it's a really excellent panel.
So, okay, so you're saying 4 out of 5 to
Yes.
get to truly excellent.
Yes, I do.
Anyone else have an alternative? How could we figure that out?
Isn't it half your age plus 7? Something like that?
I'm 26, half my age 13, so we need 20 people. That's interesting because maybe it's not enough for us to think it's excellent. Maybe these guys, do we even have 20 people to get to that point? Is there anyone younger? Is anyone younger than 26 who can make it a bit easier for us to get to the number?
Anyone born in the 90s?
Yeah. Hey!
Shout out!
Shout out to Claire, off camera. All right, fantastic. Charlie, what is excellence to you?
Has anyone done the Webster's Dictionary defines excellence as the act of being excellent?
No.
It's Simpsons. I don't know.
That
Excellence,
trash.
you know, it's crisp, it's elegant, it's someone's wearing a tutu. You know, the theatre's massive.
Yeah.
John Laws is in the audience. I don't know.
Is he live broadcasting the show?
Yeah, like the mingling of 100 different high-end perfumes is in the air. It's German or Italian.
Okay. Jertalian.
Jertalian. I don't know, that feels pretty good to me, and yeah.
Is it only theatrical? Like, is that what excellence for you is immediately in a theatre? You just go straight there?
Oh no, this could be an art gallery as well.
Okay.
Yeah, this could be a big art gallery. Theatre, yeah. Or
What about an arena? Is an arena excellent?
Yeah, if you're in a box seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, an arena can be excellent.
I guess, you know, yep, Joe's coming in.
Can I put a question there? What about sporting excellence? Because you've described artistic excellence.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about what is excellence, how do you explain sporting excellence?
Winning the game. I'm not sure. Probably getting a gold medal.
For anyone,
and
that's
nothing less, I think.
That's a throwback to earlier Joe trying to bring the cricket into the telethon in a big way. Pledge, don't sledge. That's the hashtag there. Fantastic. All right, and Julie, we've just kind of shanghaied you into this. Now, what is excellence to you?
Oh my God, you so have shanghaied me into this.
You demanded, you said, I want to be on a fun panel.
I know, but I'm also not a comedian. Anyway,
I'm clearly also not a comedian.
Excellence for me would be being a really shit-hot comedian. I really want to be a shit-hot comedian. I want to be someone that can like just wing it out, have the gift of the gab, just be able to like go cut to the chase, do some really, that's excellent.
Can you give us an example of what a shit-hot comedian is to you? Who do you define as a shit-hot comedian?
Oh God, now she goes blank.
Like what standard? Are we talking, like, is Will Anderson enough for you?
No, I mean, look.
We like the
Hashtag
ladies,
is
don't
Will
we,
Anderson
Julie?
enough for you? Tweet yes or no.
I love the ladies.
We do. Yeah, look, what about someone like Julia Davis? Yeah, Nighty Night.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah.
She's pretty great.
Yeah.
And anyway, but I'm going to completely change
do
that.
it,
Here
do
we
it.
are. Here we are. Here's getting back to the animals again. Excellence.
Yep. All right, get in there. Zoom in, Joe.
Here we have the Tony Awards. Tony Honours for Excellence in the Theatre. William Bologna. Now, actually, most people will think that William Bologna is the gentleman. No, he's actually the dog. The gentleman's just, he just dragged him along as a date. And this is actually in the world where animals are actually running the arts world.
Right.
Because they're quite excellent at that.
Absolutely.
And as we see on the internet, we think we're manipulating all those memes and things. Actually, they are.
Yeah.
It's a complete takeover. Well, actually, it's not a takeover. It's all already happened. We just don't know it. In fact, we're just really slow.
So you're saying we're behind the animals?
Yeah,
I don't know. Can I just say on the Tonys are a total crock because it's like an awards pool from the 3 new plays that opened on Broadway that year, and they each divvy up all the Tonys between them. It's total crap. Anyway, not that hard to win a Tony. Chucking it out there. Maria, what's excellence to you?
Well, if there is time, I will teach that excellence dance again because I feel like
Great.
that.
Yeah,
that
between
will
4 and
fully
6.
Explain it. Yeah. But yeah, that dance is from, I think, what Charlie was referring to, season 3, episode 24 of The Simpsons. It's called Brother, Can I Have a Dime? It has a Danny DeVito cameo. You know, the one where he plays the brother of Homer. Yeah. So
Do you guys remember any of it? Could you give us
the storyline?
No, I just mean, can you and Charlie do a little? Can you do a scene from that episode for us?
Yeah, which scene?
Which scene do you need?
I'm not the one who knows the season and episode number.
So what happens in? Maybe the audience can yell "stop" when you want us to explain more. But basically, what happens is, in the nuclear power plant, they're all getting physicals. And it transpires that Homer is now sterile because he's been around nuclear activity, and then all those little Homer sperms are butting into each other, and and so then we find out that Burns finds out about this, and he's like, oh, we need to get him to sign a contract. So the way they get him to sign that contract is that they give Homer the first annual Montgomery Burns Outstanding Achievement in the Field of Excellence.
Presented by...
the wrestler? Boxer. Yeah.
Mike Tyson?
And,
does that kind of answer your question, Simon?
As much as I could have hoped. No, keep going.
And at the ceremony, they tell you what excellence means. It's the act of being excellent.
Yeah, right. I can't believe we haven't had as many Bill and Ted's excellent in the last 18 hours. More of that. Let's more of that, please, Applespiel.
What happens at the end?
So after that...
what happens?
That's where Danny DeVito character gets involved because he's living under a bridge now, and he finds out that Homer has won this $2,000, and he's like, oh, that's all I need to get started in the car industry again. And then he turns up on the doorstep. Oh, but he doesn't want to make cars anymore. He wants to harness Maggie's baby powers.
Oh, for the
for the baby translator.
Yeah.
And then they go to a baby conference. And that's the whole episode.
Yeah.
No one yelled stop, but okay, cool. Yeah.
All right, and episode 25 is
that was actually the season finale. So I can't actually do that for you.
So season 3, the gold season of The Simpsons or the goldest season of The Simpsons?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Sam Simon was head writer at that time.
Ah.
Who R.I.P. He just passed away.
Oh.
Animal lover.
They're very sad.
And it's think of it as one of the golden years. Yeah.
Why is that, Joe?
So hang on a second, just for the microphone. Joe has suggested that
How do you
season
define
4 is the
best,
best.
though?
Yeah.
What would let's
we know
not
what
say-
excellence is, but what about the best?
Yeah, let's
How
not
do
say
you
best.
define
Let's
the
say most excellent. What is the most? What makes it the most excellent season, Joe? Get in the shot.
I can't remember what I used to know what episodes were in it, and now I just remember the fact that it is the best one. It definitely has Homer the Heretic,
I was gonna.
which
oh,
is
no. That's not what I
the
thought.
best Simpsons episode.
What happens in Homer the Heretic?
It's when he decides he doesn't have to go to church anymore because he gets to worship in his own way.
Yeah, great
But then he
episode.
becomes too haughty and too proud of it, and God strikes him down.
Yeah, great
Which season is the Michael Jackson episode in?
Much
Lisa,
later than 4.
It's your birthday. Is that copyrighted?
We need Nathan on this panel if we're going to talk about Simpsons. He knows. I don't know. Other things we can talk about.
But seriously though, there's some excellence there. They're still going.
Absolutely. And so I guess if we bring it back to the context that we're in, which is the arts funding cuts. So Brandis has bandied about this idea of excellence. What do we think excellence is to Brandis, to the brand man? That's gonna happen, brand man.
He loves opening nights, I reckon, don't you?
Yeah.
He's just like, bathing in champagne.
Yeah, he was watching me this year. Really? Yeah, he was watching me. I was watching him watching me.
Like Sting.
What was that experience like?
It was pretty annoying. They were like, I kind of like twigged that someone was in the crowd, and I was like, they're not telling us who it is. And then I was out there, and I was like, Brandis. And
could you smell him?
Yeah, I threw a few looks his way, and I kind of delivered some derogatory Shakespeare to him that like sort of worked in being delivered to him.
Were there any like particular phrases you managed to?
Yeah,
throw his
it was
way?
basically, I can paraphrase the idea. It was like the line was like something about how people who strive to get to a position of power and then misuse that power and fumble it almost as soon as they're there, or something.
Right.
So I was like, yeah, fuck you, Brandis. Fuck you.
I'm sure he took that to heart.
Yeah, oh, fucketh you, Brandis.
Do you think that it does seem like he loves the Shakespeare? So maybe that is the way to get the message through to him. Maybe telethon is the incorrect medium. Maybe we should have done
the quickest way to an arts minister's heart is through his Shakespeare.
Yeah, we
That's
should
what we've realised.
a 24-hour Shakespeare for excellence.
Yeah,
I
he
think it's
does.
more. I think it's more like a 24-hour champagne fest in the foyer, isn't it?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Really, come on, let's get down to it. When he commented on that last year at the launch of the new 2014 Australia Council Culturally Ambitious Nation, he said how wonderful it was for him and Julie not me, to be...
You're not the Julie that George
I'm
Brandis
not
was talking
the
about?
Julie. To be, the glitz and the glamour of the opening night of the ballet. Now, he didn't really talk about the ballet, but what he talked about was the champagne and the glitz and the glamour. So actually, I think we've got it all wrong. I think that really what he wants is just one continuously excellent opening night.
So instead of being at the Pack Centre for Emerging Artists, we should potentially have been in the Hunter Valley at a winery.
Promising the show. Like, I think it's sort of like the show never happens. It's like, oh yeah, we're just about to open the show, and can everyone turn up in their excellent outfits, and we'll do a little bit of, nice glitter and beautiful long eyelashes. We'll get a few sort of excellently gorgeous people there with some really fabulous food and champagne, and then it will just be this like, oh yeah, the show's going on in about an hour. There's been a technical problem. Yeah. That's all right. Have some more champagne. Have some more champagne.
And the performers just come out and kind of hang out in the foyer
and then
because they can't actually perform.
and then that's exactly it, Simon. The performers come out after about 2 hours, of which there's been a significant amount of excellent champagne. And they talk about the show that they just did. So they didn't even have to do a show. It's just like, he won't remember because he'll just only remember what people say. And so actually, I think that what we really need to be doing to get to the heart of Brandis is just to be, curating a season of openings.
I think so. Bricks and mortar wise, we don't need theatres, we need foyers.
Yeah, more
Absolutely.
foyers.
We need foyers.
Oh, yeah.
We need foyers.
Let's see foyers.
Pledge for foyers. Hashtag
Yeah.
foyers.
Yeah, more foyers.
Foyers.
And
also-
we don't
yeah.
mean we need foyers that are warm and comfortable.
Absolutely.
With a bit of like nice sort of decor,
Yeah.
good gold curtains,
Yeah.
a bit like here.
With a good
really.
mix of people as well.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah, yeah.
I'm just kind of in my head. It just feels like that we all should also have our own personal excellence ratings
Yeah,
given to us
absolutely.
at birth, depending on our lineage. Just to make sure
Oh.
that there's only the right amount of excellent people in the room at any one time. I mean, we should have had it here. I mean, is this room excellent enough, Simon?
Is it not coming up on the bottom of the...
No. I mean,
we
what
find
number
out-
excellent am I, Dara?
Is that coming up there?
Is it out of 10? It's usually out of 10, isn't it? Excellent rating. Oh, okay, cool. I'm an average 7.
pretty good.
I hope 7's average.
Surely 5 should be average. Can I just throw it out there that it's kind of funny to me that actually the only sort of artists who would ever make a performance which was a never-ending opening night, which never actually got to the show, which involved the performers coming out and talking about what sort of show it is. No major theatre company would ever put that show on. But I've definitely seen that show already in one of the small to medium arts organisations that I work in. Spectacular. Anyway, the name of the show. Check it out. So how would we define your excellence at birth, Kevin? No, not yours specifically. We know now from Dara, 7 out of 10.
How define
But
excellence at birth?
Yeah, how do you think, how do we get the rating, which you then get on your little
I mean,
ID card?
I think being immediately born in a first world country automatically bumps you up 3 points.
3 points? So you get
No,
3
I'm sorry,
basis
I'm sorry.
points.
Maybe I'm being really wrong there.
So you get 3 basis points just for being born in Australia.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, this is an excellence rating that was kind of dictated to you top down as well.
Okay.
Even though it bumps you up 3
Brandis
points, I'm
is
just
very
saying that it's it's an unfair system. In no way is the excellence rating a good system. Obviously, there's a lot of people trying to get into this country that aren't excellent enough, and it's very unfair.
So, hang on, are you drawing a parallel between arts policy and immigration policy?
I do what I can.
So are you suggesting that potentially what our refugee policy is about is the lack of excellence? Is that what you're saying?
Look, you're talking, I'm just implying.
I think what's he's
Change the
saying
camera,
is
please.
actually that not enough refugees are Shakespearean actors.
Obviously.
Yeah. So they're obviously not excellent enough. That's why they're not coming in.
I think maybe that's the program. Asylum Seeker Resource Centre. I know we haven't been tweeting at you for the last 18 hours. We can get you here. What you should just look into Shakespeare workshops.
Yeah. Shakespeare workshops. What was the other thing? Ballet. Yeah, they need to get their pliés right.
So if we can pliés for excellence, Shakespeare for excellence, foyers for excellence, foyers for pledge for foyers, foyer pledge, get your fledge poyer on.
Oh, and I suppose it's a chamber. They have to play a chamber, to be in a chamber string orchestra or something.
Oh,
So
yeah.
maybe they need to
Oh,
work
bec-
on
yeah,
those
that's the
skills as
time.
well. And then if they like that sort of climate in Queensland, that could work really well as well.
Yeah.
So
what we're thinking, okay, so what excellence seems to be, it's in a foyer. It only takes place in foyers, excellence. Everyone's very well dressed. I think, most of us here today would fit in well. There's champagne, it's flowing, it's unlimited, it's got to be. I think you're right, I think we forgot it before. We need to add a chamber orchestra in. So they're just in the foyer playing music pre-show, the show that never happens. And then the glamorous performers just come out and chat with everyone.
There's going to be a little bit of overheads on programs. We need programs because...
yeah.
Because I think that then you get to see who you didn't see in the performance, but who you can drop your program later in the limo, and the driver can be like, "Oh, Eddie Tahu Rhodes," or Teddy Tahu Rhodes, and you could be like, "Yeah, he was in the show I just saw," and your limo driver will be impressed, and then you can say, "I actually met him in the foyer after the show."
Because how are you going to know what he looks like unless you've got the headshot in the program?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't see him in the show.
Teddy.
spot on. I think this is
Lisa
great for our
McCune.
publishing and
Yeah.
for our writers.
Oh, yeah.
our
Emily,
excellent writers.
publishing.
Yeah.
And Kevin, maybe headshots, excellence rating, next to your headshot, so that you know which of the truly excellent performers
in the program,
so that you need to really try and
scope them out.
I just spilled some champagne on you. Let me just clean that up for you, and then
clean up for you, number 9.
Do we think Teddy Tahu Rhodes is a 9?
Oh,
I don't know enough about opera.
no, I don't know enough about him.
Or not opera. Wasn't he in a musical?
Yeah, no, you're right. He's a 9.
It's good to know. It's good to know. Maria, we haven't heard a lot from you on this ideal excellence scenario.
Only Simpsons, yeah.
Yeah, only Simpsons. But I guess it seems like you're not as excited about the Foyer live experience. Is that fair to say, or are you you're so excited that you're silenced?
Look, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I just haven't had enough Foyer experience in my time. I'm usually inside the theatre, I would say. So maybe I'm just inexperienced and I just don't know.
That is a really important point. We need to give people Foyer development time.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Cultural
Absolutely.
Foyer development.
So of 20 million in the NEPA, we probably need to put away at least 30 of that for Foyer skill development.
That's right. And what kind of training could we provide in that?
I think, like for me, it's a bit like small chat workshops, handshake workshops, workshops on how to hold your champagne glass.
You really need to be working with industry heavyweights as well.
Exactly.
So it's really like schmoozing at your best level.
Yeah. Name dropping, always a classic.
Yeah.
How to name drop. How to name drop casually. Did you? Yeah, it's good. I saw you in that other show that you were in with
Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah,
me and him are great friends. Yeah.
So I think there needs to be a bit of money put aside to build a new school, training school. Yeah, so that you can go to the Academy of Foyer representation, and
robot
etiquette,
and robot patrons as well.
Yeah,
they'll probably have to build that in a regional centre marginal seat situation, won't they?
Or maybe like that accommodation that's being built in Melbourne for the ballet. Maybe they could sort of lease that out to this academy. 6 months a year or something, or over the summer schools.
So what we need, I guess, is those. T-minus 4 minutes. So we've only got 4 minutes left to discuss this. So I guess we've got 4 minutes. We've got 4 panelists. I'm going to give you each a minute. You've got a minute. We're going to do the Joe Perrot's soapbox minute. You've got a minute to say whatever you want to say, whether it's about this excellent school that we're going to found, whether it's about this excellent Foyer experience, whether you just want to get real talk. It's up to you, Maria. Kick us off. 1 minute. Maria minute.
All right. This is your Maria minute. How many of you out there wrote a submission? Yeah, you did. You bloody did. Good job. Also, I read an interesting thing this morning that you might be interested in. Remember that Transfield guy who was involved with in stepping down after the Biennale boycott? I think his name. Yeah, that guy. Buongiorno. Luca. So that guy this morning has said to the ABC that, in fact, philanthropists don't even want Brandis's thing, right? So they're saying, nah, the government has to do the heavy lifting and they need to be doing the funding, and you can't expect us, Mr. Transfield man and Bal Neves or whatever his name is, they were both like, nah, we don't want to be funding this. Philanthropy is not the answer, and the government should be funding artists, essentially, which I think is quite interesting. What do you think about that, Julie?
And that's your Maria minute.
Artists, what? Okay, I have to go back to my memes. Can you come in, Joe? Come on. Here I have the camel who's already sort of working in the industry. He's like, a camel can work for a whole week without drinking. A man can drink for a whole week without working. I mean, come on, clearly we know who the more excellent performer is here, or artist. There's the camel in a series around, I think it's a remake of The Office. And this is like from a burlesque show, just did really well down at Adelaide recently. My humps, my lovely lady lumps. She's a real star, that camel. And, Mr. Ed, just know your context, know your lineage. Mr. Ed, there he is, from the 60s. He ran that show. The humans were just, by the side. And this is like a really great thriller, outback thriller, of the sort of vein of Wolf Creek. Anyway, this guy here, he's really taken a cake. Everyone loves him. He's a real star. This is a new thriller in production right now. I think it's going to be a hit. And I know your fears, Baby Wombat. Okay.
And that's your Julie Minute. Now it's Charlie's Minute.
I think that George Brandis is a man with vision, and he's taking us to great heights. It's a mysterious vision. We can't possibly hope to comprehend it, but we have to trust in it. And I believe when I try to visualize it, it's like trying to visualize heaven. We can only have a kind of like a hokey kind of vision of it. But I think it's something like the cleavage of like a kind of 78-year-old woman that's kind of lined with like crushed velvet and a diamond necklace sparkling around it, and George Brandis is just in that cleavage and watching opera. And I think that's an excellent place.
And that's your Charlie Minute. And now it's Kevin's Minute. All right. I think real excellence is maybe letting the arts be able to decide for themselves what is possibly excellent. I think that that art plays a really important role in kind of keeping our country open, free, harmonious, like, you know, the usual jazz words, in the most serious sense. You know, and I think, you know, thanks for Brandis of offering this idea of what he thinks is excellence, but I think real excellence is art funding without politics involved.
Amen. Well, thank you so much to our panel. It is that time when I need to give the mic to Nikki Kennedy because it's the hour.
It is that time again where we remind our audience what we're here for. The independent arts community is in crisis. There is a scarcity in our community, a scarcity of that one unmistakable element that makes a work of art function: excellence. Excellence is that ineffable quality that makes a dance work fundable, that makes a painting hanging on a wall sellable, that makes a poem worthwhile to society as a whole. Every bird in the sky, every fish in the sea is striving for that excellence. And tonight, we're here to ask you for what you have to spare. The federal government's 2014-2015 budget changes left the Australia Council for the Arts bereft of $104 million. Well, we say, who needs money when you have excellence? Please, people of Australia, give generously. Make your pledges, because the independent community in Australia needs your help.
To announce that as of a few minutes ago, our tally of excellences stands thus. After hand counting every single excellence pledged, our current total is 93 octillion, 611 septillion, 65 sextillion, 222 quintillion, 222 quadrillion, 215 trillion, 735 billion, 202 million, 461,299 excellences. Thank you. Woo!
good. It's a respectable number.
It is. Again, ignore the tote board. The tote board has been broken by your generosity, by the depth of
It's
your
a very
courage.
respectable number, and we want to thank everyone that's pledged any excellence. But we had a target for the last hour that we were hoping to reach.
Oh, did you?
We did. We were hoping to... What did we end up going with the hashtag?
Oh.
We wanted to crack the non.
We didn't do it.
Or om nom nom non. Yeah.
We haven't done it yet.
We were hoping to reach 1 nonillion excellences. What is no laughing matter is that we didn't reach that
so
number.
now is your chance to correct your mistake of not
That's
pledging
right.
enough.
We have a great
Please,
panel coming up.
I beg of you, use commas or spaces when you put the numbers in. I beg of you. You'll be rewarded in heaven.
But pledge now, please. If you've been holding on to any excellences and thinking that you might need them later on, this is what you've been saving them for. We need to crack the non. So dig deep and pledge everything you can. That excellence you've been holding on to for a rainy day. Today is that rainy day.
Crack the non. Hashtag
Crack the non. Help us
Hashtag
crack the non.
Free the arts. We have an amazing panel. Our final formal panel for the day coming up. Nikki, you going to tell us about it?
I am, but just after one thing. We have heard from so many different people from the small and medium sector arts here today. If you are out there and you have a show coming up and you would like to shamelessly plug it using this telethon, we are speaking with you and for you here today. Tweet us with the details of it, and we will mention it, or it will be represented in some way, shape or form. But let us know what arts are going on out there and what you're up to. Okay, now we are going to...
Question for Apple Spiel. Who's hosting this panel?
I'm hosting it. But
Nathan can't host it. He has to go to a show.
I'm hosting the panel, but I've just received word that if we do crack the non in the next hour, that a very special Mr. Brandis might show up. We don't know. It's a maybe. It's a big maybe. But the phone intel suggests that if we crack the non in the next hour, we'll be seeing this face in the flesh. Hashtag crack the non.
Hashtag in the flesh.
Let's go Brandis. You know. Let's go panel as well. All right.
Well, like we can tag team the panel. That's probably not useful though.
I have no idea. I'm gonna wander this way.
What a great moment. See, I would run the panel, but I'm the only one in Applespiel with an RSA. So if anyone wants an alcoholic drink, or indeed any item from the bar, I'm your girl. So I can host.
Is everyone comfortable going dry for 1 hour?
Okay, you know what? Let's do it.
At 3 p.m. on a Saturday.
I'll start this, and if anyone decides they need a beer, come get me, and we'll tag another Apple Spieling.
And you need to tell the stream why you getting a beer is more important than this panel. than youth, disability, and community arts.
How very
if you
dare
can
you.
do that, then the beer is yours. You just have to pay for it. But
Okay.
yeah.
So welcome to our panel. This panel is called What Happens If We Lose Youth, Disability and Community Arts. That's a pretty dire, bleak prospect that we would lose this incredible foundation of the arts. And everyone here on this panel works quite directly with youth arts or disability arts or community arts, and I think we should go through them all now, get them to introduce themselves, say where they work, if they are an arts worker or a practitioner, what their practice is, if they do both. And then we'll start on with some questions. So make sure you tweet any questions you have at Applespiel, #FreeTheArts, so we can ask our panel. So we'll start just here.
Hi, I'm Katrina. I'm the Artistic Director of PAC Centre for Emerging Artists. I'm a director-producer. I've also been the Artistic Director of Powerhouse Youth Theatre. I've worked for HYP, Shopfront, St Martin's, youth theatres across the country. I've also worked extensively in community arts and disability arts.
Hi, I'm Kevin. I was in the previous panel, but also, I guess, I'm speaking here on behalf of as a former outreach kid who came in for a program at Shopfront Theatre, and also as a former youth theatre member. growing up in different theatres as well. Yeah, that's it for me.
My name's Hannah. In Australia, I work at Shopfront as the Outreach Director, which is about the fusion of the arts with social work aims. I'm originally from the UK, which you might be able to tell from my voice. I've been working across community and youth arts for about 15 years now, and it's something that I'm very passionate about.
My name's Nick, and I'm currently the producer of new work at the Jones Sutherland Performing Arts Centre in Penrith. Currently, I don't have a direct working relationship with youth and people living with a disability, but I have in the past. And I suppose a part of my job out in Penrith is building programs to empower younger artists and connect them to our production program.
Hello, so my name is also Hannah, and I'm the workshops coordinator at Shopfront, and I'm also an associate artist with Milk Crate Theatre.
I'm Hat Shilcock, and I'm an independent artist with a disability and predominantly work in disabled and community arts.
Fantastic. So, yeah, go panel. What a gun panel. Matt was here until past 5 a.m. last night because he is a champ. Yeah. If you wanna see some gold, scroll through the hours, skip past anything with my face in it, and find Matt because he plays some original music and it's really lovely. So you should do that. Just scroll past my face. So my first question, I guess, is a personal one. Can you tell us what youth, disability or community arts, or that the kind of puzzle they get lumped together in, what that means to you?
I'll start, shall I? I think, well, I think that they're very different sectors for one thing, but I think what for me these sectors are all about supporting artists from different backgrounds, artists who don't normally have access to mainstream audiences or mainstream companies, and they provide opportunities and diversify, there we go, sorry, diversify our stages. This is the area where artists from different backgrounds, with different abilities, and with different stories get a chance to tell their stories and put them on the main stage. And really, I don't think we'd have diversity in our arts if we didn't have this sector. Sectors, plural.
I think for me, these sectors are really important in terms of giving us civic space in this country, more like even just inherently more than just art itself. I mean, as a kid who came here as a migrant and having kind of a lot of trouble being like, oh, I'm Australian, like, what's going on here? Like, you know, being a little bit of an outsider in the mainstream schooling system, I always often found that art was a really great way to keep me engaged in like just society at large, to stop me from being an outright troublemaker and an arsonist. I mean, I just said that. I mean, yeah, exactly, yeah. And so instead, I kind of put my, I put my own skills to productive means instead of going towards other paths. Yeah, and I just think that these spaces, these neutral spaces, are really important for community and for finding, and for people who see themselves as marginalised or outside, gives them a space to exist within Australia. So that's just what I've got to say.
I agree with Katrina. I think that the sectors are all very different and have a lot of different elements to them. For me, I think that sort of community arts is one of the most real areas of the arts, because it is about meeting the people that we work with at their point of need and about what they want to share. Not everyone can go to university, not everyone becomes a graduate. There's got to be lots of different avenues for people to get artistically involved. There's also got to be avenues for people to appreciate the arts as a tool for developing local economies, for feeling part of a community, for feeling a sense of connectedness and belonging. Not everyone gets into sort of youth and community and disability arts because but because actually it's the lifeblood of, I think, who we are as humans.
I'm working in Western Sydney, and that kind of occupies a lot of my thoughts. And I went to Glenmore Park High yesterday to see a bunch of HSC performances. Really bad. But no, they were good.
It's the HSC, they get a free pass.
But well, I suppose Western Sydney is a really interesting and a really big place with an incredibly diverse amount of communities. And there's a lot of amazing things in the area and a lot of nasty things as far as violence goes with sexism and racism and homophobia. And a lot of the communities are very isolated and very disconnected from one another. And in that particular space, it's been the youth arts projects or, you know, young artist projects where I've seen the young people kind of stepping up, that I've seen some of the communities come together. It's been the most effective or the most or vibrant work that I've seen. So I get really excited when I see that kind of cross-community thing occurring. So I actually think youth arts, for me personally, it's in our sector because it's training them up early and getting them in the system. But it's also about bringing our communities together, and in spaces like Western Sydney, it's incredibly vital.
I guess for me, I consider youth and community arts as an opportunity for people to learn to consider themselves as artists. It's a way of exposing young people and, as Kev said, marginalised communities to forms of expression that they may otherwise not be exposed to. And I know for me personally, working in community arts was a real eye-opening experience to go on that journey and to be able to call myself an artist, which I never would have considered myself before.
I think it's the view of the privileged that we all start on the same level, the same starting line. The fact is we don't. We all face various challenges in our life, whether that is due to sexuality, gender identity, physical disability, intellectual disability, even emotional, psychological disability, socioeconomic status. You know, there is class divide, even though we like to pretend that it's not something that happens here. The fact is we don't all start on the same playing field, and if you are privileged enough to come from a socioeconomic background where you can have a level of education that will take you, to where you are, will allow you to have antique bookshelves in your Senate office. That's wonderful, but we don't all have that. And I think, especially bringing arts to youth and arts to community and arts and enabling the disability community to have their voice through arts, it really validates the fact that we are a society from many different backgrounds and a very variable society as well. And art brings us together. It validates everybody. It shares stories. It shares... It takes the blanket off, and I think we're at a huge danger, especially the government that we're having at the moment, is that there's going to be just a big blanket of, if you're not of a certain skin colour, you don't count. If you're not of a certain socioeconomic standard, you don't count. If you're not this, you don't count, And it's silencing people. It's really weeding out who's valid and who's not valid in society. We can't let that happen. We can't just sit back and be like, oh yeah, but I'm not worthy enough to talk against this because I don't have that degree, or the Custody Australia Council are devastating in providing opportunities, especially in development, in development for youth at risk, development for people with disabilities. Like, 3 of the major leading artists in disability in the world, maybe that's arguable, but anyway, in my opinion, of course, are Australian. And, we produce excellence already. We don't need one guy to decide what is excellent and what is not, because the excellence is already there. And, you can't all just go to university and get a certain degree and then be considered excellent. That's not an option for a lot of people. And I think we just need to I'm really talking a lot. I'm sorry, guys.
Keep
But
going.
I'm really passionate here. I think we need to recognise, and I think it needs to be recognised by our betters, you know, in the Canberra offices at the moment, that we are valid. You know, everybody is valid, and everybody's walks of life, everybody's starting point is valid, and we all deserve the opportunities to have our say and to produce excellence. And that shouldn't just be curtailed by a bald guy, you know, with a impressive bookshelf.
Do you want to name drop some of those Australian artists who you think are excellent? Because we want to share them. We want people to be able to see those names on a poster or on the internet and say, you know what, Matt said they're excellent, I'm going to see their show.
3 people that have been like just smashing it in Europe are Carolyn Bowditch, Dan Dorr, and Mark Brew.
Do they work in dance?
Yeah, they all work in dance. But that's, you know, that's amazing that people with quite severe physical disabilities as well can be making it in dance such an impact. And myself, I work with a lot of people with intellectual barriers, and it's amazing what comes out. Like they're just given a chance to articulate and express themselves in a way that just the way things are set up at the moment doesn't allow for. And, you know, it really comes down to, what is the disability? Is it the physical or mental attributes of a person, or is it the social barriers that they face in doing their day-to-day things?
Totally. I remember reading an article where Stella Young went into that, and that completely changed a part of my brain about thinking about people with disabilities and people with disabilities in the arts, and how we construct around them their disability, because it's about how we interact with them, or the world interacts with them, rather than how they interact with the world. That's me, an able-bodied, white, middle-class person who's read an article, having an opinion. Take that as a grey shade of opinion.
I know that Dan Dorr is over here from the UK at the moment and performing quite regularly in Marrickville with an organisation called Murmuration, so you can go and see him perform quite a lot.
Perfect. So now I want to ask you, for your particular sector or organisation or arts group that you work with, what do you most desperately need?
Money.
Honestly, ballpark,
so-
how much money do you think you need?
I've got a program that I'm supposed to be delivering next year, which I'm about 150k out for. Might have been ambitious there. But I suppose the Jones an interesting kind of case study as an organisation because, okay, so quick stat to begin with. This is a bit of a go at AusCo as well. So Western Sydney has 10% of the population. We receive less than 1% of federal funding. AusCo is currently not supports the Jones program, but as an organisation, we're still pointing out that these cuts are ridiculous. So I think that's kind of interesting when you have organisations that aren't kind of being subsidised by these cuts also coming out and saying, you know, this isn't going to work. So that's all I had to say, I think. We just need money. We need money for all different things. I suppose my big call is for our production program, but I'm very aware that if all our energy is trying to get that up and running, the amount of energy from a staff perspective and a finance perspective that we can push into young people, people with a disability, people that, you know, may not have the access opportunities that other people automatically have because of levels of privilege, yeah, it dries up really quickly. So, yeah, what does anyone else need?
Besides 150k.
Besides, yeah. That's a start. Sorry.
Well, PACT isn't necessarily in the youth theatre sector these days. We're more in the emerging artist sector. However, I'm going to put a youth theatre hat on and say what I think the youth arts sector needs is some confirmation from the Australia Council about what is going to happen to them at the end of this year. At the end of this year, the youth arts sector across the country is losing federal funding. They have nothing. And for most of those companies, that's more than half their budget. And they have no word around how they're going to survive, what the Australia Council is going to do, what Brandis is going to do to step in. The guidelines from NEPA have said they will not fund core administration for anyone. So I think what the youth arts sector needs is some confirmation and someone to step in and say from the Australia Council, we will support you like we have for the small to medium sector at least to the end of 2016, so that they can get their shit together as well.
Yeah, I think for me, it's like, since when did young people become like a non-thing now? Like, since when the new ideas coming
Since
from
they
our
stopped being excellent.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, like you assume that young people had potential to be excellent, at the very least. But no, you know, they can just shut up and look at the adults and become an adult, and you know, that's it. Yes, exactly. Wait, symbiosis, you mean? Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, that's it. We'll just symbiotically create society from now on. I don't want my child to change. I want my child to be exactly like me.
Yeah, we need money and we need some confirmation. We also need to better the story of what youth and community and disability arts is and what it does. I read an article recently in The Guardian which said that all artists should be community artists. I don't really agree with that because it's not what everyone wants to do. It carries with it a lot of specialist skill and not everybody wants to pursue that avenue. But the heart of the article was saying so often youth and community arts, especially in bigger arts organisations or main theatres, get pushed aside as something token or a nice like collaborative project that sort of happens and we can write about it in our nice annual reports. But those of us that are working for organisations or work full-time in youth and community and disability arts as our main focus can feel quite sidelined sometimes by other, like, I suppose the wider element of the community and what this concept of excellence means. How much do the community projects of the big theatres really matter to them? And so I think what would be really needed is how it's a wider sector, even for people and artists that don't directly work with young people or in the community or with any marginalised groups. How do we tell that story better and really, really value it so that going forward, no matter what artistic environment anybody's in, we can see why this whole sector is important together.
I think also there needs to be a shift of focus from performance outcomes and quality of performance outcomes in community and youth arts, because at least in my experience, it's a lot about the process, and the performance outcomes may be really significant to the people involved in the programs or the projects, but to funding bodies or to general public, they're not worthy of ticket sales or of big cash figures. And so I think there needs to be a shift in understanding or in valuing community and youth and disability projects and looking at the deeper, I guess, gain as opposed to just that final performance outcome.
That's not to say that can't be excellent.
Absolutely, yes, no, absolutely not saying that can't be excellent, but I think there's a lot of discounting as well. So it's, oh, well, it's youth arts or it's community arts. So expectations are lowered, and or you know, all of this money can go into funding one big performance, but none of it can go into funding all of the workshops or all of the time or all of the energy that needs to go into building that time with that and the strength of working with a community or working with young people to give them the skills to have the confidence to even end up in a larger performance. So it's not about saying that those performance outcomes are not excellent or don't have the potential to be excellent, but that the focus shouldn't always be on performance outcomes.
Yeah, I think it's also about how, like, the arts as an entire sector recognise excellence in practice from within the youth and community arts sector. Because like Hannah says, it might not always be the same kind of excellence that we expect to see in a final performance outcome or any kind of outcome, but the way that we are working with the participants that we work with has a lot of excellence to it and a lot of theory behind it and a lot of like really in-depth practice. It's a whole field in itself. And I also think, lost my train of thought a little bit. Oh yeah, that the way that things are funded and the way that we can describe youth and community arts, I don't think this applies in the same way to disability arts, like companies like Back to Back and things like that, but maybe to projects like Bodylines and things like that, which we have a more of a grassroots level at Shopfront. Like, how do we in funding say, at the end of this project, we're going to have produced this, this, and this outcome, and it'll be this performance, when we don't know when we first start working with a brand new group of participants what their needs are, what direction it's going to go in, what's going to be the best form to best support their story. So that even like getting funding in the first place can be difficult when we have to almost predict the outcome of a project, when the nature of a lot of this work is that we don't want to predict the outcome of the project.
Yeah, cool.
Funding is a really tricky conversation, because even when the Australia Council was up, there still wasn't enough funding for us all. But you know, something that the Australia Council did beautifully was they really paired people up in development-wise with organisations that could help with resources. And does this, you know, new model with the Ministry for the Arts, do they have the resources to do that? I don't think so. It doesn't look like they do. It looks like a bunch of people that are good at pushing numbers around on a spreadsheet have gotten together and gone, well, we're doing this. And, you know, the community is not there at all. There's no knowing what anybody else is doing. And maybe that's on us. Maybe that's on us to share our resources, like get in contact with each other and be like, what are you doing? What have you got? How can I help you? How can you help me?
So I and another colleague in community and youth arts, Alison Evans, we're starting a community artist network. It's going to start with a way of through ourselves and then sending that out to everyone else we know and around the whole country. Alison used to work in Darwin. It's going to spread so that we have a database of who all the individual artists are that work within this field. So it's about us. It's not just about the organisations.
Sorry, it's not about you.
It's not about me. It's not just about what I...
Founders.
It's profiling the individual people.
Yeah, the artists that are doing this work, not just the organisations that are doing this work, is what I mean, Nick. And then what we hope to do from this is next year, in the first half of next year, have an event, a retreat, whatever we can hopefully get funded, which pulls people together so that it's about sharing practice and creating a network nationally, so that we know, like, if some people want to start a project, then they know that like someone else in like Western Australia has a similar kind of idea and they can work together, and how we actually cultivate a sense of a genuine sector, not just lots of amazing people and amazing artists doing fantastic projects, but quite disparately. Is that a word?
Yeah. This is sort of on the same question. What also could be noticed and recognised for all three of these sectors is that most of the innovation and new work is developed by these sectors. If you look at like ATYP, they're one of the biggest commissioners of new playwrights, and you know, there's Ruckus Ensemble, you know, Pact as well. This is, you know, these are the companies that are creating innovation, who are driving new work, who are giving opportunities for experimentation, and you don't see that on the main stage. And they need recognition for that, but they also need recognition that that is as important, if not more important, than putting on a Shakespeare on Sydney Theatre Company.
And I think just to add to that, I think kind of like starving this sector out, and by no means that just because we're going to help each other doesn't mean that we don't need help, because we really do. But by starving, by starving this sector out, we're running into really great risk in terms of diversity arts. Because we just, like, Australia shouldn't just be about, you know, the single homogenous form or what I would like, you know, opera and ballet and whatnot, which, you know, as great as they are. And I think without diversity, we run into a lot of kind of trouble in terms of, once again, I'm going to hark on about trying to, you know, keeping a society that's like just keeping open with each other. Because if we're not exposed to different things, then we run into a lot of dangers of xenophobia and racism and the usual stuff, where people aren't, you know, nice to each other. Not being very articulate because I've had a little sleep.
I think that's a really valid point. My mum will kill me for saying this, but she's not watching, so it doesn't matter. But I often use my mum as a barometer. Like, she's a fairly conservative, middle-class white woman, and I've dragged her to all sorts of crazy shit. Out in Western Sydney, particularly when I was at Powerhouse Youth Theatre, and including taking her into mosques and temples that she would never in her life had ever set foot in, and her worldview has completely expanded from that experience. And I think what you're saying, Kevin, is exactly right. This is what we do.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really important point. Like, arts, especially diversity in the arts, breaks down those barriers, breaks down those walls, breaks down that fear. And, well, that's why this is happening. That's why we're getting shut down, because, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe in conspiracy theories, because I don't think they're theories at all. But, fear is what's keeping us down. It's what's keeping our horse blinkers on and keeping us head down, bums up into the job, 9 to 5. And fear the Muslims, fear the terrorists, fear the refugees. They're coming to steal your jobs. Whereas art can actually break down those barriers. We can get the love out there. We can all hold hands and sing Kumbaya and go into a warehouse and put on neo Shakespeare and, understand each other. And with understanding comes that breaking down of fear. And that's progressive as a society. Whereas, if we put the horse blinkers on and start mining some coal and get some more McDonald's in here, then we can start to generate the kind of economic growth that our insightful leaders are promoting.
I don't want to troll that a little
talk.
bit.
This is your panel. I'm here for the
I agree with all these things, and I think there's a lot of great statements, but also we have outcomes as well. We have numbers, we've got people, we've got stuff we're churning out. I think it's important, as much as, I don't want to be held hostage to the criteria of a man like Brandis, a lot of this kind of economic growth thing we can speak to as well. I suppose I don't like the idea of writing off these terms completely, because I think the arts and cultural sector is huge. If we look at the impact on tourism, on a bunch of different things that kind of relate, that's all I want to say there. Yeah.
I think that's really important. We're thinking about international presence and excellence. Australia has led the way in youth arts. For years, we're producing the most progressive, interesting youth arts. Maybe not in arts, but we're getting there. But I think, we have led the way, and this is a sector that's dying. That is a world-leading, internationally recognised sector.
And in terms of investment, Hannah, can you tell me about the organisation you work for? Because you run a small festival in Newcastle which has had a simple investment from the federal arts government.
That wouldn't be one that you co-run, Nick.
But no, let's talk about outcomes, okay? Newcastle's a pretty nasty place. Who hasn't been called an FAGGOT whilst
really
walking
nice
down Hunter Street? I love Newcastle. Just saying. There's been a bit of hate thrown around.
There's a different culture on the street.
Can you tell me about the organisation, in terms of a small input from the Federal Arts Council and kind of what that looks like on the ground?
So I am one of the artistic directors of Crack Theatre Festival, and that is a free festival for all contemporary and experimental arts, often primarily emerging artists. We were lucky enough, thanks to Nick and Jenny Medway, to get some funding from the Australia Council to fund a brand new work from each state and territory in Australia for the next 3 years to come to the festival, which is fantastic. And it's a
tiny amount of money.
It's actually a tiny amount of money. It means, yeah. So, but I guess what it means is that there's a small commitment to supporting the development of new work from artists who may otherwise have not been able to produce the work or even present the work to anyone outside of their small networks, not able to get it onto any stage or find a place to develop it. But I guess, in a sense, a grander sense, what it does is it ensures that there are people from all across Australia who are linked in to a central network, and it creates a sense of community. We were actually at some strategic planning for the festival over the weekend, and what we realised is that the festival is a place for people who don't think they have a people to find their people. So it creates a community. So community arts doesn't just have to be about working within marginalised communities, working with specific sectors, but it's about also the grassroots community level, so creating a community of artists, community artist network, or creating a place where artists can feel that they belong.
And also, just quickly from, again, a commercial perspective, so Tina's been in Newcastle for a long time, and it's really helped the urban redevelopment of that space. It's brought culture back, it's brought a vibrancy, it's activated abandoned spaces. It's such a great case study in terms of, and it's predominantly youth kind of running these programs. It's where cultural leaders are coming out of. It's where kind of cities are changing. It kind of blows my mind that little case studies like that aren't looked at and kind of shouted about more when it comes to us defending the importance of investments in these kinds of sectors.
So what we're seeing internationally at the moment is a move from arts funding bodies to support things exactly like this. There's a huge movement of creative placemaking in the States at the moment, to the extent that a whole funding body called Arts Place America has been set up to recognise artist initiatives which connect directly to the locations that they're in, that support local and regional economies and that activate sort of small towns and bring people together. They were talking recently about how there was loads of construction in Cleveland which could have decimated kind of the local economy of Cleveland, but it was kept alive by 33 artists. It's an interesting article, I'll try and send that around as well. And also, the Arts Council England have just released a new funding programme that is about the arts and local sort of creative economies, which would support exactly something like CRAC and other similar initiatives. And I think that unless Australia can keep up with that, it's going to find itself behind in this global trend.
And I'd like to say that I think there's like the small and medium arts sector in this country acts as, you know, the nurseries in the kind of larger ecological sphere. So if Mr. Brandis here is after excellence, like why are you killing off the breeding grounds for new artists? Yeah, you're killing off the tadpoles before they turn into frogs.
Why are you killing the babies, Brandis?
You know, baby killing Brandis. I mean, no, it's not going there.
Just cut that in post.
Yeah, well, that happened, if he's watching.
I mean, you're right about saying it is a nursery, but it's not just a nursery. Some people live and have their entire professional career in this sector.
It's a tomb as well.
It can be.
I think there's also the idea that if you are an arts practitioner working in youth arts or community arts, that you haven't yet made it, that it's... you've given up on making it, that you got stuck there somehow, or you weren't good enough to go somewhere else. And it's just ludicrous that people would even think that someone would want to spend their time 20 years, you know, working in disability arts, and yet think that, oh, it was just, you know, they just have to get the next job so they can get that next level higher. Like, a lot of people are really invested and truly believe in the sectors in which they work, and I guess we need to remove that stigma or that idea that it's just the lowly place where you start and you should be aiming for higher ground.
And it shows a severe undervaluing of those sectors and the impact that they have and the work that they do. Even so much as like even we for this panel have put youth disability and community arts under the same umbrella. It happens everywhere. We have done it as well, and it's because we undervalue it so much that we think of it as just like the little crumbs on the edge. We just push them to the side and we can deal with them all together, even though they deal with completely different things, and even though they might operate on the same values, they have different outcomes, and they're trying to work with different communities, even though those communities might overlap. Could you maybe someone speak to ways in which we might move towards recognising those different areas as being their own worlds within the arts, maybe, so they're not all lumped together all the time? Is that just about raising the value of all of those sectors hugely?
I believe less in separation and segregation and identifying things into specific little columns, and more in integration of these communities and these parts of the communities as a whole. And what I'm really excited about your projects, in that how you bring for a small investment, you bring such cultural capital to a area. What is investing in the ballet or the opera or the newest Shakespeare plays? You know, you can make it bigger, you can make it prettier. You can spend more on making something that already exists and not necessarily increase any cultural capital in our country at all. You can spend a lot of money in bringing a really, really prestigious, marvelous and beautiful opera here, but will that increase Australia's cultural capital at all? Will any of the investments that we make in bringing that here stay in Australia, or will we be basically just outsourcing our theatre?
I think that if we're going to stop seeing these sectors and similar sort of areas of the arts as like the second-rate crumbs, as you said, then I think that the main thing that everyone can do, and everyone in this room, and everyone who's watching, and everyone who will like watch this later on, is just go and see stuff. Like, go and see like the work of youth arts companies, go and see community projects, like get out to Western Sydney and other regions where the exciting projects are happening all the time. Think like amazing things happen that might take a long time to get to, but take yourself to them. Go and see different disability projects, youth disability projects. You might not be seeing something where as much emphasis has been put on what you see in the final product as it has been on the process of how we've got there. But go to it and appreciate it, and that's how we stop seeing it as a second-rate end of the sector.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it almost feels like it's like, you know, in terms of using phrases here, it's kind of like instead of trickle-down economics, it's like trickle-down culture. You know what I mean? We're going to fund the biggest guys, and eventually all the culture will just strip down to the bottom, which for me just doesn't make any sense.
Kids will benefit because they'll copy it.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Sorry, I said, can we fist up?
Yeah, exactly. We need fist up. Culture, yeah, culture up.
Sorry.
I don't know how to talk.
Before, I was just going to say, I think cultural leaders, from an organisation perspective, I think we need to open space and empower cultural leaders. Find people from communities, these communities that we're talking about, that identify as being part of them, and give them opportunities to succeed. Offer them low-stake environments for, you know, high possible outcomes. I think organisations need to make that part of their business structures. Diversity is not one part of their department; it's a part of every single thing that we do. It's a starting point. Yeah. No, I was trying to open space. Oh, fist up. Go.
Does anyone in our live studio audience have a question that they want to ask, or a provocation that they want to give? No one? Everyone thinks that our panel is pretty cool, as they are. We're digging it. Is there anything that you have always wanted to say about the area that you work in? No, I mean, like, not just like, fill some time, but like, is there a myth that you've always wanted to bust about the work that you do that's maybe been holding you back, or has been holding other people back from understanding what you do?
We sort of touched on it before, but the myth of that, yeah, I'm working in this sector so I can direct a show on STC. I don't really want to direct a show on STC.
I mean, yeah, exactly the same thing. Like, no, like my end goal is my local community. Like, that is the end goal for me. Like, I see that as a gap that needs to be filled, and filled quickly. Like, yeah. Yeah, fill gaps from the bottom up.
Not in youth arts, Kevin.
Cut it in post. Cut it in post.
I think Kevin's been up for a really long time. So, yeah, I agree. I think I'm exactly where I want to be in terms of my practice. I also, maybe this is a provocation for everyone watching and everyone who's here. We need better words to describe what we do. I'm so bored of writing things like empowerment and transformation and all these things which actually do happen through the work that we do but end up sounding like cliches. So if anybody can tweet in or on the chat or anything, give us some other ways, genuinely, of describing this work better, that would really support the sector as well. Thanks.
I don't know. I didn't really get it. I'm not sure about myths. As we've been talking, I've been thinking about queer stuff as I do, and I know it's not the point of the panel, but I'm hijacking it for a moment. And I was starting to reflect on artists that identify as part of communities, and when their work passes as mainstream or part of a community. I don't have an answer here, but I think it's an interesting space because, like, theatre's had queers in it for a long time. we don't need any kind of affirmative action to get more of us in the door.
But different stories, maybe.
But.
Stop.
But there's something to be said for work that identifies as being part of a community, or work that's trying to pass as, like, because I think there's a bunch of queers that I know of that are kind of unhelpful from a community perspective, things that I want to achieve. And I go, well, is there a difference between work? Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm kind of going on a rant here. I don't really know an answer.
Do you think that's a product of us valuing particular stories over those stories that like what might be a story about a gay experience being of less value culturally than a straight experience?
And as soon as you say it, kind of being ghettoized into that world and those kind of festival spaces and all that kind of stuff. There's no answer. I'm just interested in the difference, I suppose, between artists that identify as part of these communities and then the artists that get taken out of them and their work gets absorbed by the mainstream, and then it's almost like it distances all those community connections to it, and as soon as they come back, it starts to devalue the work or push it back into other spaces. I don't have an answer, but I think there's some mythology there that makes me unsettled.
I think also some of it comes down to work with artists, people who don't want to identify as being part of those communities as well, and yet they're pigeonholed. Yeah. But I guess something, not necessarily a myth, but something that I'd like to see for community, disability, youth, and that sort of arts sector is that I'd really like to see some more in-depth research into, I guess, long-term projects and working methodologies and outcomes so that there are tangible and hard evidence of the benefit of these sectors, of the work that people do, of the way that people work. I mean, working in community and youth arts, you know that there's a specific way to work in that sector that is different from other sectors. And I think there just needs to be some importance placed on research into those sectors, and that we can all then use as a way to speak about what we do, and I guess if we have to, then we have the tools with which to qualify and quantify it. So.
Couldn't agree more with these last two statements. Like, I feel that there is a certain novelty factor that comes from art that comes from a specific community, like queer or disability or youth even, you know, or even just cultural art. You know, there's a certain disability, like, oh, look, the people of that type are doing something. Isn't that interesting to us white middle-class people? Okay, let's go have tea now. But
aren't we so cultured for going out to experience something so exotic?
Watch me do performance.
Yeah. Oh, a youth show, goodness.
In a way, that's kind of what Australia... But I also have to say that there is, by the way, Underbelly Arts is coming up very soon. Cockatoo Island, 1st and 2nd of August. Be there, it's going to be fab. But there's a lot of... And your project as well, you know, there's a lot of festivals and things that are really sharing diverse culture and not noveltyifying it. And there's a real beautiful blend of culture being, and we're on the tip. We're like right there, and we just got to like fight, Brandis, and keep our status and keep progressing, because like we are right there and making something like absolute beautiful in an integrated algorithmic society where we're just a culture melting pot, but you know, where we're so close, we're just not quite there yet, and we need to not cut that out and fund only what is excellent in the view of obviously a master who's in the know because he's got his Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Law, but we need to really, I guess, like just break down the barriers and think outside the box and start to like see. Without sounding too hippie, start to see each other without like having to classify and amalgamate everything.
Yeah. It just, sorry.
I was just going to jump in a research one.
Yeah,
Just
same.
good
I had a
reference.
research one as well.
Can I? So I was just going to tell. I could get this wrong, so I might need an ABC fact check on me. But I think Sarah Austin, Austin.
Oh, he used to work at Shopfront? No, different Sarah Austin? No. Never mind me.
Stop talking, Rachel. She's been doing a bunch of research for Beyond Access Victoria, and it was creating a case for inclusion in the arts. We've spoken a lot about this from a community perspective and social cohesion perspective, but her research is all about as far as art form development. So saying that actually including artists and people with a disability in the development of new work is important for avant-garde and the development of the art form, not just all this great community stuff that we're talking about. What's your research?
I mean, my big thing is just like, in terms to our brothers and sisters in science who are also suffering from their own cuts, like, but also for me personally, this is just a call out. I met a scientist like 5 years ago who was doing an ecological study of like, of how theatre, of artists in Brisbane. And if you're out there, I'd like to talk to you. Because it sounds like such an interesting thing in terms of how artists actually, like what their journey is through the art world and kind of looking at that from an ecological standpoint.
Yeah, get in touch with Kevin. So we only have a couple of minutes left, and while it may seem like quite a bleak note to finish on, the title of this panel was "What Happens If We Lose Youth, Community and Disability Arts?" And I just want to really quickly get from you, what do you think we will actually stand to lose if these cuts to the Australia Council go ahead? Because that's what we're trying to kind of drive home, is just how drastic these cuts could be, especially on the more, maybe vulnerable is the wrong word, but vulnerable areas of small to medium arts sector, even though it's all vulnerable really with the cuts. So if I could get just a quick couple of words from you about what you think in real terms that might mean, and hopefully that won't dampen everyone's spirits too much, but rather fire them up so that they do go out there and see shows and put their money where their mouths are, put their money where their hearts are and where their passions are, see some shows, be patrons of these arts because they're really important.
Okay, what will we lose? We'll lose innovation, we'll lose experimentation, we'll lose places like this as Impact, and we'll lose potentially our next generation of amazing, crazy artists like the ones in this room.
I think we'll lose social cohesion in a time that's very dangerous and very divided, when we need to be together and not apart, like that's what I think.
I agree, we lose the opportunity for social cohesion. We also lose future diversity in the arts as well. We'll lose alternative avenues for people to become artists and mean that working in the arts or going to see anything becomes even more elite than arguably it is already. We lose spaces like this, spaces like Shopfront. We gain probably loads more apartment blocks and things if those go, but most of all we lose the heart of communities.
I think we'll lose new audiences, and I reckon every year that it's kind of gone or we're lacking support, it will get exponentially larger. I think the investments that are being made are into pretty stable audiences already. I don't think there's a lot of growth there, and I think from a business, Lib's perspective, they should be looking at spaces for growth, and this is the biggest sector for growth in audiences.
So I think it's already been said, but not only will we lose the potential for new artists, but we lose the potential for new arts appreciators, and we also lose personal connection with the arts. So if arts becomes watching and consuming more digital media, consuming things in isolation and not live and participatory, then we lose all of that connection to what is real and human about the arts.
I think we'll also lose connection to ourselves. We'll be so drummed into us a certain aesthetic of what things are supposed to look like. You know, dancers look like this, actors look like this, musicians look like this, and we'll just really lose the validation of ourselves and our own beings and the celebration of who we are and what we do and how we love doing it. I think we'll become a very, very sad and confused state of people.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing all of that with us in this hour today. Can I get a round of applause, please, for everyone in our panel? Woo! Hope you're all tweeting online, #FreeTheArts. Get in touch with any of these people if you like what they're doing. Pact and Shopfront, if you want to support them with your dollars, do it. Go to their websites, you can donate. Do it. Throw them some money. It's for a good cause. I'm going to release you guys from the stage because we're going to go into our hourly tally, I believe, if the numbers guy is ready.
I'll put this down somewhere.
Is the machine as well oiled without me? Who knows? Yes? What? No.
We actually have a minute. We have a minute. We have T-minus 30 seconds. Who's in the audience? Ryan McGoldrick is in the audience. Do we have time for Ryan's spin? No, we don't. Start the music. It's that time where we remind our audience what we're here for. The independent arts community is in crisis. There is a scarcity in our community. A scarcity of that one unmistakable element that makes a work of art function. Excellence. Excellence is that ineffable quality that makes a dance work fundable, that makes a painting hanging on a wall sellable, that makes a poem worthwhile to society. Every bird in the sky, every fish in the sea are striving for that excellence. And tonight, we're here to ask you to give what you have to spend. The federal government's 2014-15 budget changes left the Australia Council bereft of $104 million. Well, we say, who needs money when you can have excellence? Let them eat excellence. Please, people of Australia, give generously. Make your pledges, because the independent arts community of this nation needs your help. So pledge now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure at 4 p.m. in the afternoon to announce to you that as of a few minutes ago, our tally of excellences stands thus. After hand counting every single excellence pledge, our current total is 93 octillion, 611 septillion, 65 sextillion, 222 quintillion, 222 quadrillion, 215 trillion, 735 billion, 209,824,109 excellences. Thank you.
It's good. It's a respectable number.
Have you got someone on the phone?
I just spoken to George's people.
Oh, did you hang up after speaking to
He
him?
hung up on me.
Okay.
Well, he probably went under a tunnel or something. I probably just got disconnected. He'll call back, I'm sure. But even though that panel was amazing, thank you again to everyone that was part of it.
Yes.
But we haven't managed to crack the non.
What more do we have to do? Hashtag crack the non. If you haven't pledged, if you are sitting at home
On your pile
On
of
your-
1 nonillion excellences.
I don't want to start with you.
Maybe people
but
don't know. Maybe
to
people
do
don't know
nothing.
How many zeros is in a nonillion? It's
despicable.
It is.
You're worse off than the small to medium arts sector. If you're doing nothing at home, call in. Tell us you fucking hate us, but to do nothing.
Yeah. We have some videos to play.
Do we? Have we figured out how to do
Soon-ish.
it?
We're getting there. In preparation for this event, we contacted a lot of organisations, and some of them were unable to
Excuse
attend.
me, Nathan. I'm
Oh.
going to go to the bar.
Okay. Some of them were unable to be here in person, but they sent material for us to play for them. Some mostly just like about their organisation and stuff like that.
And then after that, we have a packed afternoon. PACT once again.
A packed
We've
afternoon.
also got... We're going to hang out with Dave Malloy, who's a young filmmaker and a friend of ours, and he's going to talk to us about how the cuts will affect film and the gaming industry as much as theatre. I will call it Dave's soapbox session. And
Sounds like a good session.
if people care about the cricket, then Ryan McGoldrick can come up. And I'm just saying, have another session of Ryan Spin, where he talks about
All right.
if England can recover or not.
All right, so in true telethon fashion, we need to now introduce something. But I need to get an update of what we're introducing. Which video is coming up first, please? Umbrella Studios? All right, so first off, we have a video from Umbrella Studios. Do you know a little bit about them, Nathan?
I honestly can't remember anymore. This is really bad. I should have checked.
Umbrella Studios submitted a video for us to share.
They are a community arts centre from Queensland that have been operating since the mid-80s. The video you're about to see, unless I've got this completely wrong and it's the wrong people, I'm pretty sure it's the right people, is the showreel that they were putting together for their 6-year funding application for OZCO before that round was cancelled in response to these budget decisions.
However, we should clarify that with the streaming technology that we're using, can't actually stream it directly from the computer, so you're going to be watching it filmed on a laptop screen.
You won't even be able to tell.
It's going to be great.
This is a video that a lot of time and money went into. They hired consultants to help make the video as good as it could be to help them secure this funding. This is a space that's been operating for about 30 years now. And with these budget decisions, it is very unclear whether it will be able to continue into the future.
It seems the 6-year funding round may not exist. And
Yeah.
so all this work will have been for naught, which
Yeah.
is why they wanted us to share it with you. So, let's throw to the other camera and let's play the video.
We started in 1986, just a handful of artists working together in a studio, the first of its kind north of Brisbane. By the early 90s, we'd transformed into a funded and professionally managed members-based contemporary arts organisation. We continued to grow over the years, offering a dynamic program of exhibitions, providing accessible studio space, hosting public programs and world-class facilitators to engage our community through art. For nearly 30 years, Umbrella has been the launching platform for hundreds of Australian artists. Many have gone on to have important careers in Australia and overseas. Though years have passed, the vision remains the same: to illuminate our culture and transform our community through contemporary visual art. And that's exactly what we're going to keep doing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Umbrella Studio from Townsville in Queensland.
If we can switch back to this camera, please.
While he's up here. But this is...
While you guys get ready to set up the next video, we've got a little bit of an update. You may have noticed that some of us are eating snakes right now. Would you like a snake?
I guess.
We got some presents.
Steph Walker.
Shout out to Steph Walker,
Independent
champion,
artist,
independent
former
artist.
General manager of Space, but
Yeah, amazing.
not anymore.
She just
If
decided.
anyone wants a snake,
She brought us favourites and a snake. Unfortunately,
Fanta was worth it.
Unfortunately, on the live stream, we can't give you chocolates. We can't give you snakes. That's only for people who are in the space right now.
Go to the shops,
Get a
buy
snakes.
some, and invoice
Yep.
Simon.
All right.
And
Yeah,
that's sort of
invoice. Hey, Joe, give out these snakes to people.
But that video
keeping the favourites for ourselves.
really goes to show the kind of spaces that are in danger of disappearing with these budget decisions. Spaces that have been operating for decades and have developed like such an incredible sense of community.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's so much history behind that, and like unless this gets reversed, there's a very solid chance that they won't be able to continue operating next year. And
Absolutely.
there are hundreds of stories just like that all over Australia. When you rip the funding from the small to medium arts sector, you destroy history, you destroy community. It's
very upsetting. All right, what do we got next?
It's very.
Sorry, it is very upsetting. All right, no, I'm serious. It's very upsetting. I was not being insincere.
Good.
Anyway, next up,
Fist up.
we
Simon.
have a video. Yeah, fist up. That's what you got to do. Fist up. Hashtag fist up. Fist up cultural policy. That's what we need. All right, next up, we're going to throw to a video. I don't know if we need to set this up very much from Blacktown Arts.
For the people not from Sydney, then probably, yeah.
That's a very good point. I'm not from Sydney. Tell me about Blacktown Arts Centre.
Blacktown Arts Centre is a wonderful arts and community space out in Blacktown. I'm not sure, they've been operating for quite a while.
Yeah, ages.
They do a lot of incredible work in terms of supporting young artists from the area, engaging the communities, particularly the migrant communities of Blacktown, and trying to foster a lot of conversation between the different communities.
For those who don't know, Blacktown, out in Western Sydney, not a place where we have that many large cultural centres.
Yeah.
Places like Blacktown Arts are hugely important in having an arts presence in those areas, giving people, as you say, different communities a chance to, to engage with the arts in Australia, to have their voices heard, so that we don't keep seeing the same voices over and over again. Super
And
important.
a really strong focus in trying to bring audiences and artists from other parts of Sydney into Blacktown to respond to the specific communities there. Wonderful stuff, wonderful centre. They do so much great work. I believe the video we're going to see is a slideshow of the previous year at Blacktown Arts Centre, demonstrating the excellence that they were a part of.
Let's celebrate the excellence of Blacktown Arts Centre. Over to you, Sarah.
So we're having some slight technical difficulties with this video. Yeah, so we might have a look and see if we can come back to that. In the meantime, or in case we can't get it working, I advise everyone to check out Blacktown Arts Centre in person next time you're in the area, and make a trip out. That's kind of the whole deal with spaces like that in regional. And it's not even a regional part of Sydney, but no one goes out there from the rest of Sydney. So go. That's what it's for. Yeah, Western Sydney, it's okay. Do we have more videos? Is that it for now?
We do have...
we have another one, but we might have to set it up or something. Nikki's going to talk now.
Yeah, Nikki's got a plan.
to talk now.
You got a plan.
No, I don't have a plan. But I just wanted to pop in now. Everyone else had a chance to chat. I'm going to have a chat now. With 2 hours to go, why not? But no, I was just watching that video and I thought it was really interesting that we've done nearly a whole 24 hours, and it wasn't. And something we were talking about during the long hours of the night was Jerry Lewis telethons and how emotional they get, and how at some point Jerry Lewis always gets a tear in his eye. And while we found that quite amusing, watching telethons as a study technique for this, there was definitely a moment there when I was watching that video, and it kind of, I'm quite tired, but it finally hit home how many people are actually going to be affected by these changes if they do go ahead. And I know that we've spoken to hundreds of people, and I know that you've all been tweeting in, and I know that we've been dancing every hour for excellence and all of the rest of it, but it really just hit home, and I just wanted to recognise that. So. Just bring the mood down before we take it back up to bring it home. Crank it back up. Mark, what have you got to crank it back up?
I don't know.
Is this excellent? Is Mark excellent?
All right.
Is he excellent?
Someone's got to get on the camera if I'm doing that, though.
He's not excellent. Apparently not. We're doing it?
Yeah, all right. Cool. This is a game. I play the role of numerous different funding applications, and you play the role of the NPEA. My funding application each time is just going to consist of one sentence, which is this excellent? And you tell me yes or no. I'll also be giving a sort of short pictorial or action-based example of the artwork involved, and then it's up to you to sort of like decide. So,
can I give the background to this, Mark? I'm going to.
Okay, I got the vibe
though. Mark actually foresaw this event years and years and years ago, and when he did this particular game for the first time way back at an Apple Loft event years and years and years ago. So. Good
Prescient.
foretelling, Mark.
Yeah, thanks.
Is that okay?
No, yeah, totally.
Cool.
We got it. All right, cool. First application. Is that excellent?
What do we think, guys? Is it?
No. All right, boo.
You can do better.
All right. How was that?
Is that excellent? Okay, so we're setting the bar for excellence.
All right.
Can we go higher?
Yeah, hang on a second.
We can go higher. Okay, don't hurt yourself. Is that excellent? Not as excellent. The jumping really had them for the second there. Not as excellent.
This is my Nick Cave impersonation. How's that?
Was that excellent?
Average. All right.
Less than average. That wasn't... You're doing some good stuff with the curtain last night.
Oh, curtain stuff.
There we go. Ah, careful. Right. That's pretty, I'm going to say that's pretty excellent. I'm all right with that. I'm going to... Dara's thrilled. Oh no, here we go. Oh, I think this might actually be excellent, guys. It might. If not, it's going to be a really long build-up with a really shit conclusion. Hey, that, ladies and gentlemen, excellent. Excellent. This is what Brandis is looking for. Mark in a blue wig poking out from behind a gold curtain. We've solved the problem, everybody. We're bringing it home. Now we've lost Mark. Can we top that excellence? Probably not. Maybe not? Oh, wait. Wait. He's got an idea. Okay. Okay, we're going to have a sec while Mark builds up to his final excellence, potentially. Oh, he's got a couple more. Oh, well. Stay tuned. I have only your joke. Can I tell it? I can't quite remember it. You tell it. I could tell it badly.
All right, say knock knock. Who's there?
Oh, I know
It's actually Solomon's joke. But it's a good one. Oh, the truck. The tracks. Oh, the tracks.
It's at this point.
All right.
I'd like to conduct a little. I'd like to. That is excellent.
That's excellent.
Okay. So it's at this point as Nikki and Emma try to tell the same joke. No, Nikki, come back. I'd just like to do, we'll call it a survey, a quick little segment. This segment is called, How Are We Doing at Hour 23 of the telethon?
Look, I've been awake for 32 hours.
32.
I've been in this building for 24, 24, because we got here an hour early.
I think this is actually the best part of it.
I think I feel better than I've felt in a long time.
Yeah, I think the 5 a.m. Wait, no, this
5 to
6
7.
5 to 7
was no.
Watch that footage, guys.
Don't watch that
Don't
footage.
watch that footage, guys.
Except for the bit when Mark puts the Ugg boots on his hands.
That was earlier. That was 4. I'm pretty
Watch
sure.
that.
There's
That's 4:20.
That's
Dara's got that for you right now. That is where it's at.
As a throwback, if you heard Nathan's opinions on drug culture, Dara, you have to go to jail for just calling out that it's 420. So you're out. Yeah, that's a throwback to last night. Hey, if you've been here, long-term viewers, you'll get that. So, Nikki,
Let's do a song or something.
All right. Oh yeah, I'm doing an interview right now, man. Everyone's always treading on my interview style.
Hello?
No.
Hello?
Who's on the phone?
Someone's... Wait.
Hey.
I thought someone was at the Google Hangout. Hello? It's Senator Brandis's office. And he's still delayed in traffic. And he's not coming unless we crack the non.
We've got to crack the non. Excuse me,
That's all right,
pledge
we're
now.
working on it. We're working on it, Brandis. So
Pledge now.
What?
If you're not pledging, what are you thinking? Hurry up.
Tell us.
We've got to
something.
crack the non, for one.
We don't have long left.
We don't have much time left.
Actually, Nathan's got to do a show in Bondi, so he's got to leave soon. So, and
Hashtag-
he's the maths man, and if we don't...
Are
Hey,
there
Nathan,
tickets
are
left for
there tickets
Nathan's
left?
show? Yeah.
Hannah Grant's going. So if you guys,
you guys
anyone wants
going?
to see May fly,
Space in the car, nice.
Space in the car.
Let's crowdsource this trip to the theatre.
this is good. Good.
And they're streaming this
Apple Spiel, solving
in the
problems.
foyer. So I know you were worried
All of
about
them.
missing
Oh,
out.
that's
my mum's written a song.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. Let's do that.
And she's offered to sing it with me via Skype or loudspeaker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which is.
We should.
That might take.
This is Kate. She's the writer of such
hits in the medical pantomime business. She's a doctor.
We did try to speak to her last night.
What
she's
about-
she's written The Sound of Mucus. I am the very model of a
allied health professional.
Allied health professional.
Simply the what?
The veggie bus is coming.
I think it was the allied health teams coming.
Oh, the allied health
if
teams
you
coming.
remember correctly.
Yeah. You just remember the hits. I know.
Simply the breast,
Simply
about
the breast,
how to
about
breastfeed
mammograms
properly.
and-
Pledge now.
Worked at a mother and baby's hospital. Should I? Wait, no. Wait, I'll call her on loudspeaker. No, into here. It'll be fine.
Dara, we got this, man. I don't know what you know about tech, but the only thing I know is that Apple Spiel are all over
you ready?
it.
Good. That's good enough. Sort of's fine. Not yet. Wait, we're going to test this.
Okay.
Speak, Mum. Oh.
Yes. Hi, Kate.
Say it again. Say something again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
So
I
what's
want to apologise in advance to all real artists and to Gilbert and Sullivan, but I'm willing to put my career on the line for my daughter.
Thanks, Mum. We've actually got the karaoke track.
I am the very model of a modern arts professional. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can. But can you hear? We're just going to play a karaoke track. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So get ready for that. Yeah.
It might be too fast for me.
Oh, you guys better sing it together then.
Okay. Are we just going to sing it then? Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to sing.
I'll just sing at the sort of speed I'm going to do and see how it sounds, and then we can, if it's not working, you can try the
You
karaoke.
start it, and I'll join you. I think you've got a plan.
So this is the tune. I'll just start. So it's.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay. So we go. Dum dum dum. Oh, you
are the very model of a modern arts professional, and now thanks to George Brandis, your performance is concessional. Even as a
little girl you wanted to walk on the stage, we did try to encourage you, but wondered if you'd earn a wage. As we tried to introduce you to professions we thought sensible, you indicated our advice you thought was reprehensible. With time we were convinced that arts careers were not objectionable. We saw your work develop into something quite exceptional. Now everybody has to sing along. We saw your work develop into something quite exceptional. We saw your work develop into something quite exceptional. We saw your work develop into something quite exceptional. With all matters on the arts, you are observant and obsessional. Your focus on performance is confronting and progressional. So even though the work you do is to become concessional, you are the very model of a modern arts professional. Everybody join in. So even though the work you do is to become concessional, you are the very model of a modern arts professional. It wasn't many years ago you went to university. You passed with first class honours after good times and diversity. You always tried to live your life with character and principle. In this we have encouraged you and hope you feel invincible. As a writer you've produced some works both logical and legible. Supported by a diet. Sorry, start again. Supported by a diet without meat but lots of vegetables. In fear to make it you become both masterful and malleable. I hope the audience agrees that theatre is invaluable. Everyone repeat. I hope the audience agrees that theatre is invaluable. I hope the audience agrees that theatre is invaluable. I hope the audience agrees that theatre is invaluable.
Oh my God.
All matters on the arts, you are observant and professional. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Your focus on performance is confronting and progressional. So even though the work you do has to become concessional, you are the very model of a modern arts professional. Now repeat. So even though the work you do is to become concessional, you are the very model of a modern arts professional. To assist you with the work you do, arts funding is responsible. What would you have done without it? Well, the thought is quite unconscionable. But looking to the future with our government in management, emerging artists look as though they might be facing banishment. There are many works of excellence in which I know you've had a hand. But atmosphere and oranges, and then of course that other band.
It's called Finger Friends.
You have continued working hard so it would be lamentable. Sorry, I think I've got the tune wrong. If cuts proposed to funding now were not to be preventable. Everyone repeat. If cuts proposed to funding now were not to be preventable. If cuts proposed to funding now were not to be preventable. If cuts proposed to funding now were not to be preventable. Last Last chorus. All matters only at you are observant and obsessional. Your focus on performance is confronting and progressional. So even though the work you do is to become concessional, you are the very
Model of the modern arts professional.
Everyone repeat. So even though the work you do is to become concessional, you
Are the very model of a modern arts professional.
I hope you could hear that.
Thank you, Kate. Well done, Mum. You're an inspiration to us all.
How good was
Or
that?
at least to me.
Amazing.
Amazing. I'm
Truly
gonna. Do you want to
amazing.
say anything? All right. I'll call you later. Bye.
Thanks, Kate.
I might take this opportunity to say, get your pledges in, please. What we're doing here, in case you've tuned in at one of the more incomprehensible bits of the last hour and a half, we're running a telethon called In Pursuit of Excellence, a telethon for excellence, in which we're trying to raise excellences, not money, excellences.
And right now we're trying to crack the knot.
We're trying to crack the non-tillion, which is above an octillion.
We've flown so high.
And
from the minor goal that we set out for 104
million excellences.
excellences,
to
we
now
have
be at
completely
the octillion
surpassed that.
level.
Within the first hour, I think we surpassed that.
Yeah, we're at the billions in an
And
hour.
we're now
the support's
at
been
the
insane.
22nd and a half
Look,
hour.
it is a very
Respectable
respectable board.
number.
It's a respectable board, and no one's denying that. And we're very grateful for everyone to calling in. But
pledge now, if
we can do better than this.
And we need you to pledge.
We do.
And we've been here for quite some time asking you to pledge. And if you haven't gotten it by now, then what have you been watching? I mean, at least a couple of times an hour. If not me, then somebody has been saying pledge now.
Pledge now.
And if
Pledge
you are
often.
if you are indeed watching it, which I presume you are, you're already on inpursuitofexcellence.net, and so you're already fully aware of, to the left-hand side of your viewer upon which you are now looking at me.
And above.
And above. Look, and above. We're doing all the work for you here. Click on the pledge now. You put in a fake name or a real name, and then a fake email or a real email, and then your numbers of excellences. Please, for Rachel's sanity, do in groups of threes with commas.
Commas.
Because it's hard to count those zeros.
Grammar is important.
And for
even in
clarity's
maths.
sake, to really drive home how important it is that we reach one nonillion. A nonillion is a 1 with 30 zeros after it. That's what we're up to, pretty
This
much.
is our resident maths and science expert.
We've got the octillion, which is a 1 with 27 zeros behind it. Now we're after the nonillion, which is, that's the really respectable number of those
Let's
two.
crack the non.
Let's crack it. We can do it.
And really, I mean, they thought that taking 104 million out of the budget was going to really hurt us, and it will. But to be fair, no question it will. But we've seen such an overwhelming response from the arts community and from the wider community as well.
It's been very touching.
Encouraging us and supporting the small to medium arts sector. And I'm looking at the wrong camera? No. Dara is doing something else over
ready.
there.
We've got a video. We've got a video to show you.
Yeah, that sounds good.
It's very short, this video, but it's just a bit of a shout out from some people who were watching the stream down in Melbourne. You know all about these guys, Nathan. Yep. Tell us about them.
Why don't you tell us about them?
I would like you to tell us about them.
So this video comes from Emma Webb, who is the creative producer, I think is her role, at Vital Statistics down in Port Adelaide, a wonderful space. And also on the video is Ang Haradwin Jones, who is the artistic director of Arts House in Melbourne. Used to be part of Tipping Point as well, and is an equally wonderful person. So this is a video from them.
They just wanted to check in, so let's check in with them.
Hello.
Hi.
It's Anne Harrod from Arts House.
And Emma from Vitals.
And on behalf of Mobile States, we'd like to pledge
50 billion excellences.
Woo!
Good on you. Have a great day. See ya.
Bye.
Wow. Hashtag crack the non. 50 billion. Now, Nathan, when you're, as the maths person in the room, not to discredit what's just happened, in terms of cracking the non, 50 billion, useful to us?
No.
How many, what do we need to crack the non?
So a billion is, I just got to see it in my head, a one with, so that's 50 with 9 zeros behind it, and we're after a number with 30 zeros behind it. So we're off by an order of magnitude of about 20.
So if you want to help us crack the non, maybe just have you got a non worth of excellences out there that you can just drop, a casual non? Maybe just, then we don't have to work for it. Just drop a whole non. I think, that could help. That could help. And I believe it's out there. I believe there are artists out there who could do it. So 500 octillion would be half a non. Yeah, if only 2 of you out there, or in here, or in this room, decided to pledge half a non, we'd only need 2 of you. If 10 of you pledged a tenth of a non, we'd only need 10 of you. That's 100 octillion, as Nathan. There are other microphones, Nathan. Grab another microphone. We don't need to share this one. We've got. Hey, yep. Check that out. Can we get that on camera? No, probably not. So, Rachel, just update, telethon update. Rachel, who has also been awake for in excess of 30 hours and has been in the telethon from minute 1 to minute now. She just made a snake. Tied a snake into a knot with her tongue in her mouth. That's pretty amazing. I think that deserves a round of applause. Well done.
Really good stuff. Really good
If
stuff.
I'd been awake for that long, I would just be in a ball here, on this floor. Anyway, but Nathan and I, part of Wimpy Spiel, went home to sleep.
Yeah, it's true.
# beauty sleep. # ill. # doing shows at the same time. Anyway, I do. Rachel just said, you need beauty sleep. We're looking fresh. Fair deal. So anyway, to give you a bit of an update on where the campaign is up to right now, the key hashtags at the moment are #CrackTheNon. That's obviously the key one.
And OmNonNon?
#OmNonNon,
yeah.
Which is in an attempt to get us, to help us, #CrackTheNon.
Get us in with the millennials.
Obviously, we also had some great hashtags coming out of the panels. Nick Atkins gave us #FistUp, which is the new official cultural policy of Apple Spiel and all other organizations recognized here today.
Fill gaps.
Yeah, fist up, fill the gaps. Because basically the theory there was that there's all this talk of trickle-down cultural policy. We'll just fund the people at the top and the people at the bottom will get some, but we need the opposite. We need to fist up. We need to, give the people at the bottom the money, and they'll just get all that money into a fist and just right up into the MPAG.
Because if I had a lot of money, I would definitely give some to Opera Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the whole
That would be a
thing,
priority of what I would do with my funds.
This is the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's anyway, no, I'm not going to go there. You're going to take me into another place. Yeah, #Don't Kill Babies, Brandis. This was a strategy that Kevin suggested to discredit Brandis. Who knows? Does he kill babies? We don't know. Maybe he does. Don't do it, Brandis.
We're waiting for a denial to come through.
Yeah, exactly.
We're very, we want to hear that denial.
That's
we
our
would
gotcha
like to.
moment. We gotcha, Brandis. You killed a baby. Or did he? We don't know. Can't sue me for defamation. I never said you did. I'm just asking the question.
It's all hearsay. This isn't recorded. No one knows this is happening. So Simon, talking about Opera Australia, as we were a second ago, this might be an interesting time to discuss this set of our telethon.
Oh, we've already discussed it.
Oh, have we? I haven't been here for
we mentioned
huge
it.
swathes of time.
We've mentioned it, but let's just as I've discussed earlier yesterday, throwback to yesterday, that we haven't figured out a way to get texture into the camera, but this is beautiful, soft, wonderful gold curtain. This is in fact the least of the impressive gold curtains. The other better one is over there.
Yeah.
But these gold curtains donated to Shopfront.
Mm-hmm.
Shopfront by, who were they donated by?
Opera Australia.
There you go. So there's some trickle-down cultural policy
trickle-down
right
set.
there. Trickle-down set. Yeah, so they just used it. I assume they used it in something.
It's a good counter-argument to everything we've been saying for the last day.
Except I think it's fair to say, though. Yeah, thanks for the curtain. It's to be fair, I really anyway, I had to hold back during the opera panel because I just wanted to yell abuse at opera because I'm not really into that. But anyway, now is my chance. Opera. not that great. So opera is a dead art form. Opera is the golf of art. Opera is an art form that exists only for rich people to hang out with each other and talk about how rich they are and convince themselves that they're better than everyone else. The same way that golf is only a sport for people who care about it being rich and want to hang out being rich together. You don't have to be an athlete to be good at golf. If you're good at golf, you're shit at other sports.
Excuse me.
Some people who can sing really well also are in opera, though, so I respect really good singing. Anyway, Mark, I believe you had a bit of a conversion during the opera panel. You're not anti-opera anymore.
Let me speak as if Pierce Wilcox has entered my body. Finally.
We've been waiting for that.
Hashtag Pierce Wilcox has entered my body. Look, no one's denying that opera is seriously compromised through the way in which it's funded, largely through philanthropy and a huge amount of government funding. What that funding actually does and the structures that they need to get these huge productions on, already we know that opera is an expensive form because of the people it requires, because you need to pay the orchestra as well, etc. It's just an expensive thing. But, well, that's what we're getting at. Potentially, and the lowdown from Mr. Pierce was that some of the artists working for Opera Australia aren't particularly interested in the kind of glitz and glamour that they've had to kind of put out to the world. But when you have so much investment and so much money kind of pumped into you, people expect a certain thing for their $300 ticket or whatever. And so they expect the glamour, they expect the glitz, they expect the foyer. And this is actually for opera as a form, a particularly restricting thing. And so opera in itself, as an art form, while I think it's quite boring, I don't necessarily have the language to understand it. Pierce made the point, and fair enough. When I go see a work of live performance, I shouldn't have to necessarily have studied an entire book in order to get something about it. And it is kind of impenetrable in some ways. But he was saying that the form itself isn't necessarily a thing that's bunk, but rather the structures surrounding it are incredibly restrictive.
I'm going to put it out there. I think the form itself is bunk. I think that singing the same lyric like 17 times in a row is an inherently terrible idea.
But that's also you talking about a specific style of opera, or particularly maybe even a particular opera.
That's true.
How much knowledge do you necessarily have about opera in order to say that every opera, for example, includes a repeated word 16 times?
Well,
how many operas are you familiar with?
I saw Carmen in Vienna one time.
How was it?
€2. Long. No, Carmen's got some moments, you know. The classics.
It's got some moments.
The classic's a classic for a reason, you know. That Toreador song is pretty awesome.
So,
but it's just kind of like literally.
So essentially, what you're kind of doing is no. Let me be the guy who does this to you. What you're actually doing, essentially, to a whole form and a whole type of thing. What? Is essentially the exact same thing that Brandis is doing with experimental arts. You are saying that opera as an entire thing is not worth funding and needs to be scrapped, when in actual fact that's basically what Brandis is doing with the small to medium art sector. I put it to you, Simon Binns, that you are the closest person in the mind to George Brandis in this room.
Potentially. I put it to you.
Nice.
I put it to you that the writers of Pingu managed to fit more plot into a 4-minute Pingu episode than writers of opera fit into 3 hours of opera.
Again, you're doing a really... again, you're doing a kind of false philosophical fakery there. You're saying that one thing, Pingu, an animated form that is only 5 minutes long, is in some way comparable to the 4-hour Turandot. And saying that Turandot should then be accountable to the kind of thing that Pingu shows, which I think is an extremely problematic position to hold, and I honestly don't think you have a leg to stand on.
Absolutely, and at this point I'd like to, again, go back to one of our previous conversations with Simon regarding your views on painting.
Yeah, you also have it in for painting, Simon.
So
So let's not even give him the chance to talk. Let's not give him the chance to talk. So
exactly.
Let's and you've heard these words from Simon's lips himself.
I have.
Painting.
Many times.
Painting, he doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it.
Look,
I've also heard him say that he doesn't get dance.
He doesn't get dance.
Because he doesn't... what's there to get?
He doesn't get a say or dance.
So...
Rachel was in an opera this year. Let's
Simon
get her up.
has sorely wounded you.
She forgot because it was, I don't know, too excellent for her to comprehend in this
Being
particular
in an
setting.
opera.
How was it?
It was too excellent for me to get paid for my involvement. Yeah. But I was in it.
And I understand you were in the chorus.
I was in the movement chorus, which is a word for people who can't dance but pull some shapes.
I'd like to see a shape for one.
Give us an example of opera fineness.
Hang on, I'm just gonna.
Oh.
How's that?
Did that have a sound
Again.
effect?
Okay, cool. I think that's pretty solid. Let's do it. What the other thing is.
All right, my views have been misrepresented for the record.
I think you've misrepresented, yourself through, to be honest, really blatant, unsupported statements. Hashtag stop Simon Bin slush funds. Hashtag stop the lies. Hashtag free the arts.
Hey, Dave. Sorry about that. We'll cross over to you now. So we have... I've got to apologise to the man on the other end of the Hangouts. He was going to send us a video. He is a film artist. And we didn't have the technology. And then he was going to do it live. Then we went quiet, and so he couldn't do it because it would be through Hangouts. And so we finally have him on the Hangout. Is that right, Dara? Hey, Dave.
Hello. Hello.
You can see and hear me.
I can see and hear you, Joe.
Excellent. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you. No, thank you to the magic of film, really. The medium of technology that we have access to as artists, for the time being until all money goes away.
For the time being. Speaking of all those things, film especially, you're a film artist, is this correct?
Yeah, I'm a filmmaker and video artist.
Tell us a bit about your own practice.
So I've been working with a couple of different independent producers, mostly writing documentaries for them. I've also been working on my own short films and doing a lot of corporate stuff, which tends to be the stuff that pays the bills, in the event that you're not applying for grants from people like Metro Screen or Screen Australia, which is kind of the big issue with everything that's going on at the moment, because most of the people who are responding to the Free the Arts campaign are people in theatre, performance artists, all that sort of stuff. And it's deeply affecting them, but at the same time, like Screen Australia's funding has just been totally ripped away from it, which has a roll-on effect to people like Metro Screen and other funding bodies. So, and also the fact that the video game fund has just been cut entirely. So, all of the kind of future-proofing mediums that work well alongside things like theatre and dance, etc., are just dead.
So I don't know anything about the video game fund. What is that? Who presides over that?
Sorry, my video screen is kind of dirty. Can you see me? It's kind of dirty. Can you see me?
Yeah, see you fine.
Great. Okay, cool. Say that again. Who presides over that? Say that again. Who presides over that?
Well, what's this? You mentioned the video game fund. What is that? Who's in charge? What is that a part of? I don't know about that.
I think that's alongside. It's part of Screen Australia, or it's a separate fund. The idea was that it goes towards independent companies who are developing their own, brand new video game concepts and things like that. And this is a funding opportunity that actually went to the first people that I worked with in Sydney. So the people that are the reason that I have kind of a CV as a video guy is because I worked with these guys, back at the time where they had no money whatsoever. And then they got funding, they made their game as this beautiful game called Particulars, they released it on Steam, And, you know, as a result of working with them at that time and them having had that funding and getting it to this stage, like, I have stocks in their company, so after they released their first game, you know, I got profit from that. I got a magical $16.49 from their premiere release, which, you know, goes straight towards, like, feeding my enormous family.
And what about your film? So that was with a video game company. What about with film companies that you've worked with, or you personally? What is
Scratching by, honestly. Like some of the young artists that I know have worked with bodies like Metro Screen, and they've gotten a bit of funding, but often that's been for short films that are kind of, they're not at the peak of their skills. They're not doing like the things that they're really invested in. They're doing things that go along with the sort of standard body of stuff that is coming out of Australia. So it tends to be things about rural criminals and drug problems and dead wives and, yeah, like none of the actual issues that face the vast majority of Australians, just these sort of story problems. And it's weakening the film industry because we don't get more people like Jennifer Kent, who directed The Babadook, which was amazing. We don't get those kind of like really interesting, unique Australian voices. And that means that we're not projecting into the future the kind of people that we used to, like George Miller and Baz Luhrmann and all of these people who benefited from that funding. Instead, we've got just the people who are lucky enough to know wealthy friends, etc. And some of the producers that I know have just, you know, they've had to scratch by, get funding wherever they could, get private funding here and there, all that sort of stuff. So, you know, like Brandis has cut everyone. Like it's theatre and film and video gaming. We're all kind of like being I don't know exactly how to put it, but all the future-proof is being cut away in favour of heritage arts, which is kind of a problem, as we know, as we all know.
Thanks, Dave. That's really good to hear from someone who is in a different medium and across.
Sorry, I'm just having this real massive problem with my camera. I'm just going to give it a clean off. Just give me 2 secs. Oh, it's just stubborn. Just bear with me. Okay, that's got it. There we go. That seems to be all right. Sorry, can you see me?
Behind you.
Behind
you.
Oh God, I have all of his excellences sitting in the house. He knows about. You're not going to want to see this. Sorry.
Run for your life, Dave. Thank you, David Malloy, film artist extraordinaire. Round of applause, even though he's probably dead, so he can't see it. What's the time? We have T-minus 10 minutes. We only have an hour and 10 minutes left of our 24-hour telethon. Nikki has been here for the whole 23 hours so far.
The whole 23 hours. And I was just thinking maybe at this point how long have we got until... T-minus 8 minutes, okay. We could just do a quick recap of the highlights of the past nearly 23 hours.
Let's do it.
So your highlights, Joe?
Yeah, well, no, people didn't like the cricket, so I feel a bit...
They're your highlights.
I feel a bit disappointed about that.
You're allowed to be subjective.
Doug, the moment...
Oh, Doug's piece last night?
Yes, stood side stage. Doug Niebling did this piece where he cranked this fantastic dance music, which probably broke the copyright mechanism on YouTube, and
so
we'll have
you
to
may
take
not
the
be
video
able to
down.
see that one, but look.
He came on dressed in this white wig with white facial hair, cranked this dance music, did a crazy dance, and ate vegetables and dribbled them onto the ground and stared down the barrel of the camera. And I was standing side stage, and that was the moment where I thought, if someone tunes in right now, what is this about for them? Like if my cousin tuned in, who's not really involved in the arts at all, what is she going to think about this? So that was that was very funny for me. What about you, Nikki? What's your highlight?
I particularly liked Mara's song yesterday afternoon. I thought that was
very good.
Cracking song. That was probably around the 9 p.m. mark. If you are going backwards to try and see some of these highlights, she knocked up a song yesterday afternoon about George Brandis. That was really quite something, and far more technique and skill than many of the performances that certainly took place overnight last night. We had a number of wonderful people in. We had Alice Williams yesterday, cold calling people for the Senate submissions.
That was great.
Which was excellent. Anything, we had a lot of discussion about the Senate submissions last night, bringing that home at midnight last night.
Zin doing
We had
their
Zin come
learning
in.
Beyonce's dance. That
Learning
was so
Beyonce's
good.
dance was
and that song is
fantastic.
amazing,
It
can I
was
just say.
really great. We had Maria come in and do teach us the dance for the
It's the
National
first annual Montgomery Burns Award for outstanding achievement of excellence. Yes, Simon.
That's going to be coming up
I
again.
don't suppose The Simpsons ever thought that they would get such a reference in the Australian small to medium arts sector when they first wrote that episode so many years ago.
Yes, Simon.
I've decided to see, you guys got me thinking. It's great to hear
Uh-oh.
Applespiel's favourite moments of the telethon, but why not hear the people's
That's much
favourite
better
moments of the
idea.
telethon?
Time, Simon?
So, Emily, yeah, we've got time. We've got 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
We've got 5 minutes. So, Emily, I know that you have said to me that you were watching the telethon quite a bit. Tell me, what was your highlight?
Okay, this is not quite. I just enjoyed, from the privacy of my own bedroom, all last night, kind of tuning in and taking a whole lot of great screen caps of what you guys were doing. I've got quite a photo gallery at home that I'm going to share later publicly.
Did you get Mark in his underwear that time?
I must have missed that one.
I'm sure somebody did.
Yeah, I got that one.
I'm pretty sure that was already being tweeted, a photo of. And I think the person who tweeted that is right here, in fact. So just coming over to, I think it was you. Anyway, maybe it wasn't you. So Ms. Vulcan, you were crazy on the Twitter. You were so keen to be tweeting. You were hashtagging all over the place. You really absorbed the messaging around the pledge now. And so what's been your highlight of the panel, whether it was being here, whether it was watching it? What's it been for you?
I have to say, it's the hourly dance.
The hourly dance. Tell me,
Yeah.
our hourly dance, excellent dance or the most excellent dance?
Sorry, the most excellent dance?
We did think so.
Will you be joining in?
I think it's a non-trillion, million, billion, whatever dance.
Yeah. Wow, it's worth
If you
that.
want to commit to that number, you've got to pledge that number. Don't dangle it in front of us.
During our weakest moments in the telethon very early last morning, there was only one man viewing. And that man's right over here. And I want to know what his favourite moment of the telethon was.
I had this beautiful thing where I was witnessing, before I went to bed, the kind of things starting to dry up. It was just starting to get a little bit like, what do we do now? Why don't you send us suggestions? And then the next thing I got was like 4:30 in the morning, was Mark walk up to the podium or whatever they had set up with Ugg boots on his hands, just be like, right, I have Ugg boots on my hands, ask me about that. That's where we were at 4:30. That was the first thing I woke up to. I was like, this is exactly what I thought. It was good. It was good, though. It went places I didn't know. It was like...
It went places
Look,
we didn't
in my
know it was going
defence, my character was a man who really liked having Ugg boots on his hands. And Emma was throwing me some hypothetical questions along the lines of if a train full of people was going to die and you had to
bleak.
pull the lever with your Ugg boot hands, would you take the Ugg boots off? And obviously I said, yes, I would.
But it did cause some discussion, I remember. And at 4:30 in the morning, that
He
seemed a
thought he
pertinent
could
question.
do it with the Ugg boots.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's
And then we
not
moved
go
on.
back to the Ugg boot times.
Can we get a T minus number? T
2
minus
minutes.
2 minutes. That's an excellent number.
No, it's the second
no,
last.
the second last.
So there's only
the
2
second
more
last.
dances. If
So
you
we're
want to join
now
in,
entering our final hour. Our
And then
final hour.
The question
of a
is,
24-hour
have
telethon.
we hashtag cracked
free
on?
hashtag crack the non.
Yeah.
Also, is the final hour karaoke hour? Because
At least some of it should be
it
karaoke
should be
hour.
for Dara. We got heaps of requests on the internet
I
for
think-
more karaoke from Dara.
Yeah, and I think the final hour should epitomise what you were fearing that your cousin may or may not witness when they tune in, which is what on earth are we watching and what has that got to do with
Agreed.
the arts.
Agreed. I'd like it
Yeah.
to build to some sort of, epic finale, but we haven't planned anything. So, sorry, I haven't planned anything, but other people have.
There's something
Nikki, do you want to
planned.
take this one?
I'm going to take this one.
Great.
Great. It is that time again, everybody, where we remind our audience what we're here for. The independent arts community is in crisis. There is a scarcity in our community, a scarcity of that one unmistakable element that makes a work of art function. Excellence. Excellence is that ineffable quality that makes a dance work fundable, that makes a painting hanging on the wall sellable, that makes a poem worthwhile to society as a whole. Every bird in the sky, every fish in the sea are all striving for that excellence. And tonight, we're here to ask you what you have to spare. The federal government's 2014-2015 budget changes left the Australia Council of the Arts bereft of $104 million. Well, we say, who needs the money when you have excellence? Please, people of Australia, give generously. Make your pledges, because the independent arts community of Australia needs your help. Have 1 hour. Let's go. It is my great pleasure to announce to you that as of only a few minutes ago, our tally of excellences stands thus. After hand counting every single excellence pledged, our current total is 22 nonillion, 243 octillion, 833 septillion, 398 sextillion, 986 quintillion, 807 quadrillion, 908 trillion, 516 billion, 98 million, 740,000, 508 excellences. That's remarkable, Rachel. That is truly remarkable. Nathan is overwhelmed. Emma is overwhelmed. It's a big moment for us here at Applesville. This is what we have been striving for.
You always said that if we earned 1 nonillion pledges, that it would all be worth it. You always said that, a special dream. Your eyes are getting a little wet there, friend. Crying. I'm so grateful for you, Australia, for your pledges. You might even be from overseas. Thank you for your pledges, for helping Nathan show some emotion, having a bit of a cry. It's good to do. It's healthy. It's healthy. He's a good guy. We've got 1 more hour with you left here at the Telethon for Excellence. You are here at In Pursuit of Excellence, a Telethon for Excellence. Hashtag with arts. Nathan's about to leave us. Someone made a sad face at me. I'm not sure what's happening.
At this point, I just want to say this number is impressive for us, but it's more impressive potentially for the support that it shows, that you guys have shown for the small to medium arts sector.
Yes, you really do care.
Your excellences coming from you, but these are also excellences that don't just disappear now, they feed straight back into you. So it's a feedback loop. It's going to be great. And all this enthusiasm and excellences are just coming right back. So
Good job. You've got 1 hour left. You can still make pledges. You can still tweet
Anything
at us
extra?
with the hashtag #FreeTheArts. We are
Free the
at
Arts.
Applespiel on Twitter and on Instagram. We are Applespiel on Facebook. Our Facebook event is In Pursuit of Excellence, a Telethon for Excellence. You are probably watching us at www.inpursuitofexcellence.net, a website made for us by our friend Carly. Thank you, Carly. Props to Carly for making that website for us. She helped us out there as a buddy, as a pal, as we all should help each other as buddies, as pals. Thank you, Dara, for all that tech.
Thank
you,
you.
Kevin. Kevin's not in the building,
Kevin.
but Kevin for that tech as well.
Thank you, Solomon.
Thank you, Solomon.
Solomon's been
Thank you,
helping us out as
Solomon.
well.
Solomon's made a piece of art that we might get to showcase now.
In a second, I actually wanted to take a moment for, I know while we're doing this real talk, while we're doing the thank yous, our good friend Nathan does, as we've discussed, does have to leave soon to go and do a show. I wanted to actually give a specific shout out to Nathan, who has put so much work into making this event happen. He, was willing to have it on, we were deciding what weekend it would be on, and the only weekend that would work was the weekend he was doing 3 shows.
And he sacrificed.
He sacrificed being able to be here the whole time.
Absolutely.
For the weekend that would work. He was still really committed to making it happen. He's been tired, he's been wrecked, but he's still come in. He's still been a part of it. He did so much calling and emailing. How many emails did you send in the lead up to this event?
Probably somewhere near 200 or something like that.
Yeah, at least 200
A
emails.
lot.
It's not a non, but it's a fair amount of emails, especially in one day. Anyway, so
It doesn't sound
seriously,
as good now
a
we've
lot of
done
what
a
has
non.
happened wouldn't have happened without Nathan. So thank you so much to Nathan for being involved.
And good luck tonight. The Mayfly is going to
Mayfly
be
project
awesome.
is excellent. Not to rush you off the
Anyone
stage or
who
anything. If
doesn't
you,
want to tune
if
into
you wanna
last
stay,
hour,
talk.
head to Mayfly at Bondi Feast. Nathan, did
Yep.
you have something to say on that?
Maybe, but is something else happening? Thank you, everyone
Okay.
that has been watching online. I guess I'll just say a goodbye. That's been watching online and also in the space. This has been so wonderful, and I'm sad that I haven't been able to be here the whole 24 hours, and I feel very guilty that I managed to get sleep in last night, and I'm proud of everyone else that has been here. I think this has been a really lovely event, and a silly but kind of nice way to have responded to the things that have happened in the last month or two since the budget decisions. I remember when they got announced, I'm not trying to brag, but my first thought wasn't of us, of Applespiel. I mean, we don't really have any immediate projects that the funding's been pulled for or anything like that. My first thought went to all of the organizations that have supported us along the way in our last 6 years, something like that. PACT, obviously, places like Performance Space, Vital Statistics that we were just at down in Adelaide, and so many. Shopfront, everyone, and dozens of companies that have supported us, and we wouldn't be here doing this telethon if it wasn't for them. And their future is now uncertain. And that's terrifying, and they're sort of the people that have nurtured us and mentored us and supported us through all of our terrible ideas and helped us get to where we are today. And the budget things came out, and I sort of looked to them, and they were scared. And that made me scared because they're the people that I look to in this community. So, yeah, I don't think there's an endpoint to that other than pledge now. But yeah, this is important. I think.
But it's also been a really empowering.
Yeah, exactly.
24 hours to see, as I said, so many excellences coming out.
Yeah.
And so many people tuning in and chiming in with conversations and bringing their points of view in the panels today and all of the rest of it. So.
Because I think this is a scary moment for all of us, but I think if we can hold on to our community, that's what is going to get us through. And no, well, I mean, it sounds like, but yeah,
and cheesy,
but it's what it is. It's like. We need to work together to make this happen, and the Senate submissions has been a really beautiful example of that. This arts inquiry, the submissions that we all sent, that was the record for the most submissions sent to a Senate inquiry ever. So that's amazing.
That's pretty good, guys.
Yeah, and that shows the community that we have, and we need to use that, and that's how we win this battle.
Yeah,
I think.
And that we care.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm going to go. I'm so glad that we cracked the non before I had to leave. Dare we set our sights at the Decillion? Yeah, I think we dare. I think we better.
Look, we're going to shoot for it. We're always going to shoot for
Yeah,
it
that's
because
it.
why not?
Yeah.
But every...
It's a one with 33 zeros behind it. Yeah, you could do it in words. That works too.
Yeah. Pledge us one
just
Decillion.
Think of Rachel when you're pledging because she
and
has...
put your commas in.
There's
We
a lot
like
of
your
numbers to work
commas.
with right now. Great. Well, I'm going to pass it over to whatever else is happening next. But it's been a pleasure and enjoyed the last hour of this telethon, everybody.
We're going to move. We're going to switch over now to another video. This video is from our foreign correspondence desk, and it touches on a bunch of things. And I think we're all going to be interested in seeing what Angela Merkel has to say about Brandis.
Einstimmigen Beschluss der 19 Euro-Mitgliedstaaten haben wir jetzt die Voraussetzungen dafür geschaffen, dass wir in Deutschland dem Deutschen Bundestag empfehlen können, dass dort ein Beschluss gefasst wird, um die Verhandlungen aufzunehmen für ein konkretes ESM-Programm für Griechenland. Ich kann diese Aufnahme von Verhandlungen aus voller Überzeugung empfehlen und dies ist gelungen, obwohl in der letzten Zeit die wichtigste Währung, die nämlich das Vertrauen und sich aufeinander verlassen können, doch schwer erschüttert worden ist. Die Lage in Griechenland ist ja sehr angespannt. Das heißt, es gibt, glaube ich, schon ein gewisses Interesse, dass wir in der Abarbeitung der nächsten Schritte vorankommen. Und ich habe jetzt erstmal
Reminds me of the time when Brandis and I were part of the free corporate culture movement in the 60s before we died on the inside. We took our naked bodies to third world countries to show the poor people of the world how to be free and happy without money. But that's another story. That was awesome.
Well, if that doesn't embody excellence, I don't know what does.
I think that was fantastic. Maria is going to, I believe, are we looking at a...
We're doing some more dancing?
Yes,
Excellent.
definitely. Small to medium arts sector. Can I get a what? Yes! Any majors out there? Okay, cool. So for this, well, we did this last night, but we're going to iron out the kinks a little bit and do it again. We're going to be real excellent, and I'm going to need 12 excellent participants to help me with this dance we're about to do. You only have to do 2 dance movements per person. Does that feel okay? Yeah, okay. So, I would like 5 people in a line here, from here to here, starting from there where Tom is, and moving forward. And then I need 5 people on the other side, from the corner backwards. Yeah, so it's like a flying V, right? Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need 1 more for each line. So you're going to squish up. For example, you're going to get closer to Emily. Yeah, all right. What are all of your names, starting from the back? We've got Mark, Steph, Matt. What's your name? Maddie. Who's this? Heather. Tali. Aurora. Hannah. Emily. Tom. Okay. Will any? Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's excellent. Does anyone want to join me in the front? I'm looking at you and you. You have to do 2 things. All right, so I think Dara might know what song we need. Yeah, he does. Okay, so let's listen first.
Montgomery Burns Award for Outstanding Achievement in the Field of Excellence.
Beautiful, thanks Dara. So the first bit goes, you don't do anything in the first bit, just me and Simon. So we go, it's the first annual Montgomery Burns Award for, and we stay like this. Okay, good. And then you'll notice it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in that time, hold this.
You're going to go like that. But only when she says the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Beautiful. Just this side. And then it goes, outstanding achievement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. And then at the end, does everyone get that? And then at the end we go, the field of excellence. Let me see you do that. The field of excellence. Beautiful. That's a good addition. So let me see your numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's try it out, Dara.
It's the first annual Montgomery Burns Award for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
outstanding achievement in
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How did that look? Should we do it again? Do you get it? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. Does it help if I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay. Ironing out the kinks. Let's do it again.
It's the first annual Montgomery Burns Award for
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
outstanding achievement in
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How was that? One more? Any questions? Please bop. If you know the words, can you mouth them or sing them? We've got a suggestion. Oh, did everyone hear that? So the suggestion was that we should kneel at the end so everyone knows we're talking about excellence. Okay, so we've done that. Excellence. And then maybe we should bow, do you think? Like, drop. Yeah, drop and hold it for extra excellence. Yes, there was a question.
So do we, what? When do we go down?
You know how it's like dun at the end? Yeah, so we've gone excellence. Yeah, okay. It's, yeah, just get down. Get down, get down, get down. Low, get low. Get low. Okay. Yeah, sing that again.
Gotta get down, good Lord. Never been out of town.
Got game by the pound. All right, let's try.
It's the first annual Montgomery Burns Award for
2, 3, 4, 5.
outstanding achievement in
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did we get it? Yeah! Round of applause for all the participants. Much excellence.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you to every one of our participants, every single one of you. It means so much to have you here. It means so much to have you in the room at all. And I'm like, it's totally crazy. When we were first talking about this, we didn't know of anyone who'd come. So the fact that you guys are here, it means the world to us. And it means the world to the small to medium arts sector who we're rallying around today.
Remember, we're trying to get to a
decillion.
A decillion. So pledge right now. I don't know what else you're doing. You've got to be pledging. Pledge right now. We've got to get there. We've got to get to the
decillion.
Thank you.
Pledge, don't dredge.
There's someone else we love here
tonight. Is. Who's that?
Who's helped us for the last whole week organise this whole technical live stream situation that I, whose nickname is Tech Manus, do not understand. But
no idea.
We are going to get the man himself up on stage right now.
Yeah.
He's going to bring some things.
Bring the power.
He's going to bring the power.
Oh, who's that?
Mr. Dara Gill, everyone.
This is most requested. Most requested was
Thank
more
you very
Dara.
much. This is for you guys. What's going on, Brandis? I don't know what's going on. Mother, mother. Once again, I can't sing. We don't need to escalate. And brother, 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 there's far too many of you dying. You know we've got to find a way to bring that arts money back here today. Oh, Father, Father, we don't need to escalate. You see, funding cuts aren't the answer, for only love can complicate. You know we've got to find a way to bring some love here today. Picket lines and picket signs, don't punish me with brutality. To me, so you can see. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. Oh, 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 oh. Woo! Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's bring that money back, Brandis. Expensive bookshelves. We don't need them. It's a little bit of money to bring smiles into people's lives. A-doo-doo. A-doo-doo-doo-doo. Father, Father, I think I'm singing the same verse again. We don't need to escalate. You see, war is not the answer, for only love can complicate. You know we've got to find a way, oh Jesus, to bring some love in here today. Picket lines and picket signs, don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see how what's going on. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. What's going on again? Woo! Yeah, you enjoying this at home? Oh, you enjoying this now? Alright. Song's still going. There's no lyrics in this bit, so yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dara. You're an inspiration to us all.
All I have to say is, we've spent a lot of time talking to the people out there, the people out in the world, the people out on the Twitter sphere, out on the live stream watching us. We've been asking you to pledge. We've been asking you to give that little bit of excellence you've got to share with us. But right now, I want to stop talking to you, and I want to start talking to you. That's all of you live in this room right now, anyone who is here in the room right now. We have had a lot of great things going on. We've had a lot of great things happening. But we've got 40 minutes left. And if any of you want to be a part of this, if any of you want to do something, now is the time. You've got 40 minutes. Find a member of Applespiel, say, hey, I've got this thing I want to do. Maybe it's a rap, maybe it's a poem, maybe it's a song, maybe it's a short performance work, maybe you just want to sing your favorite karaoke song. Let us know. We'll make it happen. 40 minutes, hour of power, not even. Let's make it happen. Come in, Joe.
Don't even find a member of Applespiel. Just grab a microphone and just start talking and just start doing your thing. Spot sandwich? Do the people want it? The people want it. There's movement. Movement at the station.
Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure.
Yeah! Woo!
Art, come on.
All right.
Come on down. Yeah, just right up here. Just
There's no
do
time
it.
like the present.
There's no time to waste.
Here you go.
Do you need a mic?
Don't even tell us what you're going to do.
Who's got the backing track for I Will Survive?
Who does? Mark,
me.
can you answer the question? Well, maybe I'll give you a second to be able to answer that question. Sorry, what was your name?
Heather.
Heather, it's lovely to meet you, Heather. I'm Simon. Lovely to have you here today.
Sick.
And I think that given the time it took me to ask you what your name was and you to answer, I should be able to say, Mark, do you know anyone that has the backing track to I Will Survive?
First I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. And I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong, and I grew strong. And I learned how to get along, and now I'm back from outer space. Just with that sad look upon your face. I got all my life to live, and I got all my love to give, but I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey. I will survive. Yeah, as long as there's no funding cuts, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my art to give, and I've got all my voice to give, 'cause I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey. Fuck this words here. Strength I had, I took falls apart. Kept trying to mend pieces of my broken heart.
How many nights just feeling sorry for myself? I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high. I will survive. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my love to live. I've got all my love to give, and I will survive. I will survive. Hey.
So let your excellence down so I can stop the song. I didn't know the words when I started and that was usually wrong. And I've got all my voice to give, and I've got all of this art to live, and I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I can all my love to you. I can all this heart to you. I will survive. I will survive. Yeah, you see me, somebody really wrong. I was still not Thank you. I'm gonna Heather.
So amazing. Heather, everyone. What a voice! Do we have Scott Sandwich in the house? Take it. Yeah.
Yep, just bring it with you.
Do what you want.
Hi.
I'll do one. I'll do a poem that's vaguely relevant. Yeah, and I might even refer to my phone at some point, depending on how it goes, because I haven't done it for a long time. Damn right. Because there's plenty of shit wrong with this world of ours, right? Like obesity, or like smoking, or infinite powers, like because we're all crying because grandma's dying, or the world's dying, and we're all slowly dying. And nothing I can say is really worth the spit, right? So I'm just going to talk about some shit that kind of pisses me off a little bit. The kind of things that sort of niggle and naggle and you can't do anything except... Okay, for instance, like when there's like a bunch of young kids who are wanting to cross at a set of lights, and you responsibly don't cross, but then someone just jaywalks right in front of you. Or when there's a booking fee that's added on top of your booking fee. Or when a tea bag in a cafe costs you $3.50. Or when you're in a cinema that has allocated, and then someone comes up to you, despite there being plenty of other empty seats, and says, you know what, actually, you're in my seat. And you all laugh as if it's not a big deal. But we know it's a big deal, because the other thing that pisses me off is when someone is sitting in your goddamn seat, or close talkers, or quiet talkers, or mumblers, or people who continually scrape the bottom of their bowl with their fork, or loud eaters, or close talkers, or loud breathers, or when someone corrupts a perfectly organized shopping list, or when the toilet roll is on backwards, or the flap is against the wall, making it hardly accessible, yeah. Or when someone sings along loudly to the slow acoustic ballad at a gig, or when someone gets out a guitar at a party. Do people even do this anymore? I don't really get invited to parties. What about when you don't get invited to parties? When you have to RSVP to parties? When people RSVP to parties but they don't turn up? When parties don't start on time? When parties don't end on time? Just parties, you know? Just parties. When you empty your recycling after the party and it gets emptied 3 weeks after, your recycling bin is full the first day after the party. You have to wait 2 weeks before it's emptied just so you can refill it all over again. When you're washing up, right, and your housemate puts their cutlery and dirty forks into the sink of washing while you're washing up, God damn it. When they put the recycling on the sink rather than in the recycling. When everybody you know voted left but the right still win. Or when you're working at a bar, right, and someone comes up and says, hey guys, do you sell vodka lime sodas? Of course we sell vodka lime sodas. You just described the entire fucking recipe. I actually have no idea. I've never really worked in a bar, so I wouldn't actually have it. But what if, right, when people just put on thick Californian accents, they just start to sing at you, those musical things, or like when you order a sticky date pudding and they've run out of butterscotch sauce, or when in movies when characters walk through doors and they don't close them afterwards. Yeah, just grinds my gears. Or, when your arts funding gets channeled to somewhere else other than the arm's length governing body that is reviewed by your peers, and instead you now have to, despite whether or not you are excellent, your individuals can no longer apply, and you start to worry about not only yourself, not only the future of your friends, but also some of your enemies. You just don't, even who aren't on the same kind of wavelength artistically. Okay, what about when the performance poet on stage starts getting all preachy and topical every single time, when you thought he's going to tell a poem but it doesn't even rhyme? Or, bam! I've totally lost my spot here, right? So should I just refer to my... When you're on stage and the middle-class white boy starts being all meta and self-reflexive in this situation what he's doing. Oh, no, okay. When the middle-class white boy starts bitching about middle-class white boy problems. Oh, no, even worse, when your MacBook charger is all the way upstairs next to both of your cellos. Oh, no, okay. When the middle-class white boy starts getting all meta and theatrical, and when you realize the only thing that you know is middle-class white boy problems. Or no, people who pronounce quinoa as quinoa, or people who pronounce oregano as oregano, or people who pronounce things correctly. Stop pronouncing things correctly, guys. Okay, no, Facebook. People who post their bad things on Facebook, or people who post good things on Facebook. People who say they had a good day don't tell you why. People who said a bad day don't tell you why. People who post images on Facebook or Instagram didders, or Twitters, or MySpace, or unicyclists, or tandem cyclists, or people who swear in public. They're cunts. Or cunts are cunts. In fact, anyone who doesn't swear in front of kids is cunts, because those kids have to learn sometime. But I think the one thing that pisses me off of all is just this one guy named Jerome. Jerome, you whiny little bitch. And that's everything that annoys me a little bit.
Scott Sandwich, everyone! Thank you! Woo, woo, woo! Alright, I'm going to try something here. I don't know all the words to this song. I don't know when the lyrics start. It hasn't stopped us before. It's all about giving it a go. Yeah. Get a grip, motherfuckers. This song's dedicated to all the people who called the police in me when I was hustling, trying to make some money to feed my daughter. So good, baby, baby. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Salt and pepper and heavy D up in the limousine. Hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, rap attack, Mr. Magic Molly Mall. I let my tape rock till my tape pop. Smoking weed and bamboo, sipping on private stock. Way back when I had the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. Remember rapping Duke? The high. You never thought that hip hop would make it this far. Now I'm in the limelight, cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. Born slimmer, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Nah, 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 nah. Funk Master Flex, love Bug Star Ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call the crib, same number, same hood, and it's all good. And if you don't know, now you know.
You know very well who you are. Don't let them hold you down. Reach for the stars. You better go, but not the cause you're the only one that did it good and plenty.
Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. When I was dead broke, man, couldn't picture this. 50-inch screen, money green, leather
And
sofa.
sofa.
2 rhymes, and a
chauffeur.
Phone bill about 2 G's flat. No need to worry, my
account handles that.
And my whole crew is
Lounging.
celebrating every day.
No more public housing.
Think I'm back on my one-room shack. Now my mom pimped to act with minks on her back. And she loved to show me off.
Of course.
Smiles every time my face is
Up in the sauce.
We used to fuss when the landlord dissed us. No heat, wonder why Christmas missed us. Birthdays
were the worst days. Now we ship champagne when we thirsty.
Damn right, I like the life I live. Cause I went from negative to positive, and it's all. And if you don't know,
now you know, Brandis. You know very well who you are. Don't let them hold you down. Reach for the stars. You had to go, and not that many. Cause you're the only one that did it good and plenty.
Represent Biggie Smalls. Junior Mafia.
Puff Daddy.
Mad Flavor.
Yeah, come on.
Coast.
Give it
Junior
to me.
Mafia. Biggie Smalls.
Biggie Smalls.
Represent.
Representing.
Dark Hill.
Yeah.
Mark Rogers.
Puff Daddy.
Emma McManus.
Puffy. Yo.
Yeah. To Simon. Wanna do some raps? Is this your chance, Simon? That you've been waiting for all your life? Alright. Ready for freestyles, Meanwhile, I've been sleeping at home. Now I'm coming up with words straight off my dome. Emma's been here for 23 hours. I went home, I pat the puppy, had a shower. Yeah, my life felt much better. Same damn low sweater. I can't believe that I've never rocked the stage like this before. And if you haven't heard, my name is Horrorcore Warrior. My name is Dara Gill. Check him out. He's in front of the camera. The cameraman's spazzing out. Check him dance. About to have a bromance with Dara Gill. Yeah, and now my man Mark Rogers rocking this crazy little tuxedo. Think he's got this. Come on, man. Have a freestyle. Crow Man. Check it out.
Yo, it's the Crow Man. Don't you know, man? I'm on the flow, man. I'm gonna be a pro man, not Chodan. I got a chode, man. Woo! Yeah, Crow Man.
Woo!
Reach for the stars.
You gotta go.
Pledge now. Pledge now. Pledge often. It's not too late. 25 minutes to go.
It's not too late to
We've
get your
cracked the
pledges
nod.
in.
Let's crack the deck.
Let's crack the deck.
And somebody better be thinking of what to do after the end of this song, because we killed successfully.
Crack the
About
deck.
7 minutes. Our job here is done.
Yeah. There better be something else coming up next.
Emma McManus, looking at her phone.
Troy Reed.
Don't let 'em hold you down. Reach for the stars. You got a cool and cause you're the only one.
Yeah.
Looks like Dara is looking something up on the internet.
Is looking something up on the pigeon now.
Looking something up on the
Looking
internet.
something up on the internet now.
Looking something up on the internet.
Looking something up.
Woo! Matt's back!
Let's get you set up. We need... All right, yeah, talk about him.
All right, everyone. You thought you had more time than you did. You thought we were finishing at 6, but we want to go home at 6. We've been here a long time, so you've got 10 minutes. And I want you to take this seriously because we want to crack the deck. I can say that. And we've got to calculate it by Rachel's mind. So we need it in 10 minutes. We'll accept no more pledges of excellence after 10 minutes. And that's what we're here for at The Pursuit. In pursuit of excellence. To raise excellence. And you've got it. We know you've got it. Give it to us. Oh, he's got 2 microphones. Matt, who I pulled into this event 2 days ago and freaking has been the biggest champ, stayed here till 5 a.m. this morning, back at midday, did a panel, played some songs, did the Montgomery Burns dance. What hasn't the man done?
Not a lot. I even kissed a dead pig. You would have heard that story last night if you were tuning in.
Throwback.
This is a little song I wrote a few years ago when the economy was in a sad state, and the economy is in a sad state again, so I thought I'd rehash. Well, I hate the economy 'cause whores cost more. Whores cost more. Whores cost more. I hate the economy 'cause whores cost more. Whores cost more, but sluts don't cost a thing. Pay her nothing, spike or drink anything. No credit cards, no diamond rings. I make my living on Centrelink. I can't afford the love that walks the streets. Attract my women with lies and deceits. I'm an astronaut and a pro athlete. Love my grandma, one night stands are free. Recession's got a fucking hold on me. Interest rates and banking fees. Pregnancy tests and STDs. Well, I hate the economy 'cause whores cost more. Whores cost more. Whores cost more. I hate the economy 'cause whores cost more. Whores cost more, but sluts don't cost a thing. No inflation, just fornication, anything. No obligation, just copulation. I'm in a sleazy bar, it's cold outside. I'm just looking for a warm bed to share the night. A pretty young lady catches my sight, but I'm looking for a woman who's not too bright. In the middle of the room, I see you. A little black dress, Billy reaches your schmoo. You're the one I want tonight, just said it with your eyes. You've been around the block at least a couple of times. Well, I hate the economy 'cause whores cost more. Whores cost more. Whores cost more. Well, I hate the economy 'cause whores cost more. Whores cost more, but sluts don't cost a thing. Doesn't cost to look, doesn't cost to touch anything. Just a small infection and an itchy crutch. On the way back to your place, we're sharing a taxi. Driver watches us making love in the backseat. The rest of the night is a little bit hazy. Tequila shots erased my memory. I'm waking up in a hotel room, rolling over. I see you. There's a ring on my finger that I recognize. Some legal shots that I signed. Well, I hate the economy 'cause whores cost more. Whores cost more. Whores cost more. I hate the economy 'cause whores cost more. Whores cost more, but sluts cost me everything. A minivan and a couple of kids, everything. A wedding band and half of my shit. Everything I own, she took it out the morning. Now I'm broken, lonely. Sluts cost me everything. You take it from me, you don't get nothing for free. This is my one and a hate. Sluts cost me everything. A sexual adventure, now I'm indentured. Oh, did I mention? Sluts cost me everything. A bachelor life became financial strife. Thanks to my ex-wife, that slut cost me everything. I just realized that song was extremely inappropriate, and to anyone I've just offended deeply, well, screw you. Especially George Brandis.
Okay. I just didn't know if we had time. Or spoken word, is it? All right. This is your... Oh, is it? Have we closed the pledges? 5 minutes to pledge, 5 minutes to pledge. We want to make the deck. We want to make it. Let's do it. 33 zeros. What deserves the deck? All right. We got sexual tension. Okay, I'm starting again. Joe, what's the first line? David and Margaret. Okay, thank you. We've got sexual tension, like David and Margaret. We've got mammal connection, like E.T. and Farlap. Got political overhype of Kevin 07 and the deep insight of an internet I-Ching. Only time I'll say I gotta smack my bitch ups when I can't get laid. I gotta get myself off. Feel I got it made with this bunch of fuck ups. I'll give you a hard trade for I owe you post-its. I'm a premature shooter of obsessive word vomit. I am a polite commuter with Super Saiyan rage block. I got sexual confusion like a new adolescent. But I think I have less sex than the celibate. I'm an artwork of fiction by a poor storyteller with syllabatic range of a young Helen Keller. I am a victim of fashion with eyes open to wonder. I'm always ready for action, but susceptible to sunburn. I'm no analyst, but I can overthink a 3-word conversation and not blink. I feel lucky every day like... I'm a pop culture junkie of films I haven't seen yet. I get popcorn munchies without smoking weed, but I've got strong opinions that don't come with backup. Fiction's relative when it mimics real life. I'm running existential narratives in my head for this sage advice. I'm too competitive. I'm talking 100% completion rate on Ocarina of Time without the internet. I'm a technical guru with Nokia phones. I'd rule the internet if I could handle code. Don't try to disconnect. Tech Man is in her zone. I got an IP address. I just don't know how to download. I got exceptional powers at lurking in corners. I'll nod through any topic. Just give me the buzzword. I'm a queen neurotic on any social occasion. I've got a new start in business on minimum wage. I'm practicing my patience in Centrelink lines, developing my rage with this new government's line. I am not discontent, it's all relative. Got my mind map, need a sedative, got to relax, to hell with it. Give me a train wreck and I'll edit it, because I'm the queen, bitch, I won't censor this, because I'm the reason that you're getting this. Got to rephrase all these sentences, hear my own name, feeling headiness, making real fame out of nothingness, but I'll take it if you're faking it, because I just want to fuck you at the movies. I accidentally turned the microphone off. Maybe to the other camera right now. Someone. No? All right, pledge now. Is it at the end of the pledges? We're calculating.
All right.
Right now.
We need all in. We need 100% participation, whether you're out there on the live stream, whether you're in here in the room. What this has all been about, is about us as independent, small to medium artists in Australia having a voice, having something to say and letting people know. And so now we're going to celebrate in the only way Australians should ever celebrate their freedom, by singing You're the Voice. Please everybody join in. Come with us.
I can tell by your enthusiasm that you're all looking forward to this.
I can tell. Woo! Let's get in here. Have the words started yet, Dara?
Everyone in front of the excellent sign. We're going to dance
Where are we up to, Dara? We're still in the intro. Thank you so much for being here.
Quite a long
Thank you for being
intro.
here. It is a long intro. Tell me when, Dara. Have a chance to turn the tables over. Turn them over. We can write what we want to write. Gotta make ends meet before we get much older. Oh, come on. Someone's daughter. Can we look at each other? Down the barrel of a gun. Pump the backing track. Understand it. Make a noise and make it clear. We're not gonna sit in silence. We're not gonna let this be. We have stand together. Glad Dave knows the words. We all know this bit. Down the barrel of a gun. Here we go. Bagpipe solo. Thank you so much. Whether you're out there on the live stream, you're in here on this stage right now, thank you so much for being a part of In Pursuit of Excellence, a telethon for excellence. We have been working hard for the last 24 hours to keep you entertained, to keep you interested, to get you educated about what's going on with the small to medium arts sector. I hope you've had a good time. We're all someone's daughter. Down the barrel of the gun. Let's storm the stage. Boys trying to understand it. Making noise and making clear. We're not gonna sit in silence. We're not gonna live in fear. We're not going to sit in silence. We're not going to live with fear.
We're not going to live in fear of you, Brandis.
We don't fear you.
We don't respect your decision.
Your cold stare does not give us fear. Thank you so much.
Made a mistake, and you need to turn it around.
Rachel, do we have the count? Do we have the count?
Please let us have the count.
It is time.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. We need, for the last time this evening, we are going to hear some words, some music, some dancing. So do we have...
Which camera we're on?
Do we have... We're doing...
Oh, we're doing the dance
We need the
first.
monologue. We need the monologue up.
Down.
Who will
But
be...
keep on your feet.
Which
'cause we're
member
gonna need,
of
we're gonna need
Applespiel
some hugs
will
in
deliver
in
the
a few
words
minutes.
for the last time?
Doing an improvised version of the final monologue. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of... Which camera are we on? Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the night where we remind you why we are here today. The Australia Council for the Arts in the recent 2014-2015 budget was left bereft of $104.8 million that is being moved by George Brandis to the new NPEA, which we are opposed to, because it does not stand for what we value in the arts: arm's length funding and proper peer review and transparency. We are here to protest those cuts. Something about excellence, because Simon took away the teleprompter. We are here to raise excellence, the excellence that our sector is apparently lacking. But I think we've proved tonight that we can raise as much excellence as we think we need. We can reach the stars on a ladder of excellences that you have pledged, and I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for proving that the arts has a huge support base and that people really care. People care. And so now, after we've shut down our feed, please go out there, find companies that you care about and support them with your money and your presence. We're going to do a stupid dance now, and I hope you like it. I love you.
Shining so bright, we take the spotlight. We are the ones, we're the champions. Working smarter, beating harder. We play to win, we're the champions.
That's still happening. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your pledges over the last 24 hours. It is my great pleasure to announce to you our final total. We smashed our early goal of 104 million. We smashed it out of the park, and now we have raised, and I have hand counted every single excellence pledged, 3 dectillion, 22 nonillion, 244 octillion, 705 septillion, 398 sextillion, 986 quintillion, 877 quadrillion, 905 trillion, 603 billion, 854 million, 207,663 excellences. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You love the arts. You love the arts. You proved it. Keep on proving it, because we need you. We need you to keep being vocal and passionate. Thank you for supporting us as we put on this silly but heartfelt 24-hour protest. I am looking forward to a good sleep, but before we leave you, we have a bit of a tribute. The great man who inspired this event, really. We're going to throw over to Mark to take us home. Put your arm over the person next to you, because we're all going to have a little bit of a weep, because we've done a good job. Thank you.
When you walk through a storm, there's a goal, head up high, and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm, there's a golden sky and the sweet silvery song of the lark. Walk on through the wind. Walk on through the rain. Though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll walk on with hope in your hearts, and you'll never